and communities to hold this inquiry into an appeal made by Brandon Estates Limited for the demolition of the existing buildings and an outline planning application with all matters reserved except, with matters of access, layout, scale and appearance included, landscaping reserved for residential development, including access off Rugby Road, together with the provision of open space, infrastructure, sports pitch, pavilion and associated car park, the site being the former Coventry Stadium on Rugby Road near Coventry. So before we start, just a few housekeeping matters as per usual. Mobile phones, can you please turn them on to silent or turn them off completely, as well as laptops if you've got notifications. If you can turn those off as well, just so they aren't causing us a distraction, that would be helpful. Anybody intending to record? We have no one from the press here today. He did have a separate conversation with me yesterday about recording. I don't know whether he discussed it with either of the advocates, but as he's not here this morning, then I don't think we need to address it at the moment. As you want, just a reminder that we are live on the Council's YouTube channel. The fire evacuation, I'm not aware there is a fire drill today, but if the alarm sounds, then we're asked to make our way down the main staircase, out of the main doors of the Town Hall, and congregate at the entrance to Caldecott Park. And then an officer of the Council will let us know when it's safe to re-enter the building. Are there any outstanding documents or any updates from any party before we start today? Mr. Richards?
No, save that I have asked and I am led to expect that the affordable housing note will be signed off today.
Right, that's helpful, thank you. Mr. Humphreys, anything from you? No. Mr. Goatley?
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing for us.
Thank you very much. So today, this morning, we're going to start off with our roundtable discussion on Greenbelt matters. Now, as a basic sort of summary, should we say, in terms of Greenbelt issues, what I am effectively tasked to do is to assess the development in terms of national and local planning policy in relation to Greenbelt, in terms of the Greenbelt policy, national policy, in the framework, it's paragraph 149, Part G, which states that local authorities should regard the construction of new buildings as inappropriate development, apart from certain exceptions, and the exception in G allows for the limited infilling or the partial or complete redevelopment of previously developed land, whether redundant or in continuing use, which would not have a greater impact on the openness of the Greenbelt than the existing development, or would not cause substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt, where the development would reuse previously developed land and contribute to providing an identified affordable housing need within the area of the local planning authority. So that's the national policy that I need to judge the application against. Now, it appears to me, having seen the evidence of all parties, that there is basically an agreement between the appellant and the council in terms of Greenbelt matters, in terms of your view that the site development does not form an inappropriate development, that it complies with Part G of paragraph 149, but there are issues raised by the Rule 6 party, the Save Coventry Stadium and Stocks campaign group, so we need to assess those. Now, I've previously issued an agenda for us to give our discussion some structure this morning. The first thing on that agenda is the character of the site and its surroundings. Now, I don't think that we really need to go into this in any great depth this morning, as we had a very good site visit yesterday. So I'm very much aware of the character of the site and its surroundings. We walked within the site itself and on the boundaries from external viewpoints. So I have a very good understanding of that. But before we go into details, in particular the PDLP, this previously developed land issues, is there anything from any party in relation to that, the character of the site, that you want to bring to my attention this morning? Yeah, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me clearly? Okay. A few comments on the character of the site, if I may. And I think there is some overlap here on the visual side. As we saw yesterday, it's clearly a large site, and there is a large area of open land, not just large buildings in the northeastern part of the site. That expense of openness, no doubt, is why it was included in the green belt in the first place. Wooded areas surround the west, northwest, substantial tree belt along Rugby Road boundary, and that is a key landscape characteristic. And where the trees are along Rugby Road, the protected trees, that's where the location of the proposed new access road is. And what I would like to draw to your attention, Ma'am, is the landscape and tree officer's concerns that are set out in CD 925. And I might come on to those in a bit more detail later on.
That's fine. If you come back to them, that's no problem. Yeah, we're only starting our discussion now, so I'm sure you can bring those factors in.
Yeah, notwithstanding the boundary trees and the associated sort of hedgerow features, glimpses through to the openness beyond of the appeal site are available. There is a perception of openness beyond by reason of only a single depth of housing along part of the Rugby Road frontage. And we also feel there's a significant distance between the defined built-up area of Binley Woods from the appeal site, which is separated by woodland. I don't know if you saw them yesterday, Mark, but the road signs on Rugby Road clearly identify the boundaries of Binley Woods and Brandon, and the dwellings adjacent to the appeal site on Rugby Road are within Brandon. It is also significant, I think, that the stadium name is Brandon Stadium locally, not Binley Woods Stadium. And in the same way, the addresses of the adjacent properties have a Brandon rather than Binley Woods address. Moving on to previously developed land, SCS accept that much of the site is to be regarded as previously developed land, but we would like to ask you, Ma'am, to determine whether all of it is to be regarded as previously developed land, because I think it's fair to say we still retain some doubts about this. Firstly, in terms of definition of what the curtilage of the stadium is. Secondly, whether the car park surface is fixed surface infrastructure. And thirdly, it may be said that the remains of the fixed surface structure, or of the surface structure, because I'm not sure it's fixed surface structure, actually have blended or are at least blending into the landscape. In terms of the curtilage, the belt of woodland along the northern boundary is partly within the red line of the site. There can't be any doubt that the stadium buildings are within the curtilage, but the tree belt there and the tree belt along Rugby Road, it seems to us they can't really possibly be regarded as previously developed land. And in any event, even if all the curtilage was previously developed land, it would not justify the development of all of that land. And I think that that's probably common ground. As we saw yesterday, the fenced area around the grandstand and the pit areas is the sort of the more substantial security type fencing. And that is the area when the stadium was operational that the sort of 24-hour security protected. The car park area was, as you saw, much less secure. There are entrances onto the car park which people would walk onto. And the gates to the stadium, although they're now boarded up, actually they were just sort of barriers which people could easily potentially climb over if they had any sort of desire to do so. So there's an informality about the areas used for car parking, and we think it could be argued that they don't fall within the curtilage of the stadium itself. In terms of the fixed surface infrastructure, again, as we saw yesterday, the access roads across the car park area are paved in terms of tarmac, so therefore they are fixed and permanent. But the car parking areas just have gravel or possibly road planings, clinker I think it's called, over them to basically to stop people sinking into the mud in inclement weather when the stadium was in use. And then, of course, there's the question, as we saw yesterday, there's no doubt that the plant life in the area is taking over the landscape. So it could be argued that the site is blending back into the landscape. And if that were to be the case and the stadium were to close, that doesn't necessarily mean that it should be developed. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you, Mr Carter. A number of points that you raised there, really, and I do want to come on to PDL issues. But can I just, before we do that, can I just check with the council and the appellant? Do you want to make any comments in terms of the overall character of the site?
Please, yes.
Yes, and it's Mr Chard, isn't it?
Mr Chard, yes, ma'am, yes.
Thank you.
So, as we saw yesterday, the appeal site's surrounded by residential development to the immediate north, on Gossett Lane, to the east, to the south on Speedway Lane, and to the west, the properties on the A428. And then you've got the woodland of Birchley Woods to the northwest. There are no public rights-of-ways within the appeal site, and as such, it's not publicly accessible. So people that are walking over it at the moment are effectively trespassing. You've got the public rights-of-ways which bound the site on all sides. And you could see from the site visit that we undertook that predominantly views, whilst they may be glimpsed and filtered from Speedway Lane, from Gossett Lane, you can't see through. You can't see through from the west. And that results in a very localised and limited visual envelope, which effectively serves to diminish and reduce the sense of openness, or indeed the sense of open countryside that may exist.
So straying into openness issues, I know it's very difficult with Greenbelt because it does sort of intermerge a little bit, but I do want to address openness issues separately.
Yeah, fine. I was just going through the comments that I've written down from Mr Carter. In terms of PDL, we assert that the whole site is PDL. We acknowledge that the car parking area to the west is more open in character, but it is fixed infrastructure in terms of the hard standing, and there would be a substrata of construction underneath where the gravel is as well. Mr Carter mentioned to prevent it sinking into the mud. In terms of the vegetation that is starting to ingress, my conclusion on that is it hasn't blended into the landscape at all. You're quite clear when you're standing there that there is gravel and hard standing underneath you. And then in terms of, well, that's, and so there are those points there. I think the one thing I would say is that there is a core document 8.7, which is a landscape sensitivity study, dated August 16. CD 8.7, and it identifies a plan in there where we are, or the site, and wider areas are included within zones, and we are in zone BR01 on page 23 of that document. And under the site description, the zone is identified as forming part of the urban area. It talks about ornamental species planting, and you saw that with non-native coniferous vegetation as well on site yesterday. Under characteristics, it's identified as a land use of urban and other. The condition is identified as declining under ecological corridors. And under key views, they are identified as urban in character, with, just reinforcing the intervisibility point, views into the zone are low and very limited, and the functional relationship is identified as the zone forms part of the urban area to the periphery of Binley Woods. And finally, the visual relationship identifies the zone relates visually to the settlement. So I suppose in conclusion, from our perspective, the site as currently exists forms a detracting void in the landscape with the dilapidated stadium and the disused former activities, forming a neglected and degraded character which is out of kilter with the locality. So I think that's it from my side on that.
Okay.
point, Mark.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chard. Can I just spend a little bit of time thinking about previously developed land? If we look at the definition in the framework, I'll just find that, just to remind ourselves. Yeah, I'm nearly there. Thank you. Yes, it defines PDL then as land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure, including the curtilage of the developed land, although it should not be assumed that the whole of the curtilage should be developed, and any associated fixed surface infrastructure. So that's the definition that we're dealing with. So in terms of that, what I'd like to understand from all parties, particularly you, Mr. Carter, in your view, why does the site not meet that definition? You have explained it a little bit already. Is there anything further that you want to say in relation to particularly the car park area and whether or not it is previously developed? Bearing in mind, we did see yesterday clearly that there is what you might call an ash or a clinker surface. Yes, regeneration is taking place, but it's very clear that it is patchy and there are gaps between that. You can see it has been a fixed surface for parking. So can you just expand on your view in terms of PDL, please?
Yes, I mean, one thing I could add as well is that I believe the site has more an association with countryside than the urban area, and the local plan defines the site as part of the countryside. In terms of the surface of the car park, again, fixed surface infrastructure. One of the things I did look at was definition of hard standing, and the definition of a hard standing that I found was that is a surface that has a permanent structure with foundations. So, for example, the definition I was looking at, for instance, hard standings at airports, where there is significantly greater foundations because of the weight of the aircraft that might be on it. Now, I would disagree with what Mr. Chard said, that there is a subsurface under the clinker on the surface. To the best of my knowledge, and I've been attending that site since the mid-1970s, the only things that ever took place there was the spreading out of gravel or clinker on one or two occasions throughout that period. So, in theory, it would be possible, presumably with either plough or stone pickers, actually to recover the sort of the hard material from the surface quite easily if that was what was required. So, as I say, from our perspective, we think that the main car park area arguably does not form part of the curtilage of the stadium, and because the surface is not permanent and fixed, and it could easily be removed, then it arguably shouldn't be regarded as previously developed land.
So would you accept that in a very large site, you would normally expect there to be curtilage that includes car parking? And you could argue that car parking area is therefore part of the curtilage, it's part of that overall use, the curtilage of the stadium in this case. Would you not accept that that would indicate that that land was PDL?
Well, as I think I've already sort of hinted, I don't think I'd be prepared to go to the stake and saying that this is not previously developed land, and I think that this is something where I would say that I've made the points I've made, Mr. Chard has made the points he's made, and I think it's really a case where, Ma'am, you would have to come to a judgment on this.
Mr. Chard, is there anything further you want to say on this?
Yes, ma'am, only the fact that we consider the car park does form the curtilage, and also in Mr. Carter's proof of evidence on Greenbelt at para 2.9, he states, I accept that the appeal site comprises PDL. previously developed land.
Aware of that comment. That's why I wanted to have this conversation, because I wanted to find out exactly what Mr. Carter's view was on this. Yeah, it wasn't totally clear to me. I know you made the statement, but then later on in the evidence it raised questions. Put it that way.
I mean, I think I've sort of held the view for a long time that I doubted that the main car park was previously developed land, but in the light of virtually all other sources saying that it was previously developed land, I decided when I was writing in my proof that it probably wasn't a point that was worth challenging. But having reflected on it again in the light of the questions that you asked, I thought it was worth mentioning that.
In the main, I think your main argument is about openness rather than PDL. Is that
Absolutely.
be fair to say?
Yeah. At the end of the day, it boils down to the impact on openness. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I think I want to. I know these points do merge a little bit, but in terms of the visual analysis of the site and their immediate surroundings, I am aware that there is an LVIA, CD 2.38, which looks at the site. Can I ask you, Mr. Chard, just to introduce this, what points do you want me to be aware of in terms of that assessment?
So there's a number of points I suppose I would raise really, and as you say, there are overlaps. I mentioned in my evidence that the site comprises monolithic spectator stands, numerous outbuildings, expansive areas of hard standing, etc. It's physically well contained on all sides by built form and existing substantial vegetation, whether that be woodland or tree belts, and those elements, both individually and in combination, have the effect of limiting the appeal site's sense of openness, particularly when viewed from out with the appeal site. The LVIA and my appeal site context photographs 1 to 7 demonstrate that there are no middle or long distance views from the surrounding landscape as a result of both the intervening topographical variation and that vegetation and residential and other built forms. And as a result of that, the character and nature of the immediate setting is such that views are, for the majority, experienced from the immediate site boundaries, as we saw yesterday, and those are shown in my appeal site context photographs 1 to 6. Which, as I say, due to their strong degree of physical and visual containment, result in a very localised and limited visual envelope. And as I say, because of that, that all serves to diminish the perception and sense of openness, or indeed the sense of open countryside, given the domestic associations a lot of the features have. And I reiterate the points from the landscape sensitivity study where the key views are urban in character, the zone visually is very limited, and the zone relates visually to the settlement, and those points are in that landscape sensitivity study, ma'am. I'll just take you to page 25. So it's 23 is zone BR1 all the way through to 25, and then there is a couple of plans at the back which show the zone as well in that document, just for your reference.
Turn my mic on, thank you. Before we move on, can I just ask you to comment on a point that Mr. Carter raised, which I probably should have asked you slightly earlier. The relationship of the site to the urban area and the countryside. Mr. Carter makes the point that the site has a closer relationship to the countryside than it does to the settlement. What's your view on that point?
Well, I clearly disagree. It doesn't form part of the countryside. I understand from a planning status perspective, it is in the green belt and it's outside of the settlement boundary, but we look upon it from a more evaluative perspective as well, and therefore that's why we've done a character assessment and a visual assessment, and it demonstrates that the characteristics and the features of the site and its immediate surrounding area is not open countryside, and that's reinforced by, I suppose, our the greenbelt methodology that's included, which relates to the Greenbelt study that was undertaken by council, where countryside is land scenery, which is rural in character, relatively open, semi-natural in farmed landscape. Well, we haven't got that here in any shape or form. So I don't consider it to be open countryside in terms of the experience of the character on the ground and the visual perception of the locality and the immediate surroundings.
All right, thank you for that comment. That's helpful. Mr. Carter, in terms of the visual analysis, visual aspects of the site.
Just picking up Mr. Child's last point there, actually, I don't think I've claimed anywhere that the site is in open countryside. I've said it's part of the countryside. The appeal site is clearly, as we saw yesterday again, is defined by strong boundary features. Nevertheless, multiple views into and across the site are available from Rugby Road and Speedway Lane, and the new access will actually have the effect of opening up more views into and across the site to the extent that it's possible to see across the site through houses. At present, those views are restricted by vigorous growth in the summer and by the presence of the fence boarding at the two existing openings onto Rugby Road. The views into the site offer glimpse views of the stadium as you're either driving or walking past, and I think the key point is a perception and feel of openness beyond the boundary features, whether they be undergrowth, trees, or the single depth of housing on the side of either side of the main entrance. As I've already mentioned, views into and across the site are possible from a number of locations along Speedway Lane as well, and that's until the point where the fences adjacent to the pit area curtail any views into the site at all. Although there is a public footpath to the rear of the site, it runs directly adjacent to the stadium, but there are no views into the appeal site from that direction, again essentially because of the sort of the density of the growth and fencing that is in place for security reasons. The northern swathe of the appeal site is bounded by Gossett Lane and the woodland associated with that, and there is no boundary fencing to the car park area on that part of the woodland. The depth of the woodland restricts views into the site. They might be slightly clearer when winter comes. But if you venture into the area of woodland and there's nothing to stop you doing that, then views into the site become available. And the area of the main car park immediately beyond the woodland area, there's sort of like a triangle of land beyond one of the sort of the access roads into the car park area. That has never been really used for parking and has never had any hard surfacing placed on it to the best of my knowledge. I would accept that the stadium buildings are utilitarian in nature, but apart from the size of the main grandstand, which is its size for obvious reasons, the buildings visually are not actually dissimilar to many farm buildings across the rural landscape. There are many farm buildings which have sort of asbestos roofing and cladding to them, and they have that sort of appearance. So it's not uncommon in a rural area. The years of neglect and resultant vandalism, including the graffiti, the fires, alongside a general lack of maintenance, have contributed to the visual decline of the buildings on site. However, we say that that is no justification to enhance the chances of the appeal proposal being allowed. Clearly, the demolition of the existing buildings and their replacement by a suburban housing estate would be one way of addressing the current issues, but then I would argue, so again would the alternative be for the reopening of the stadium, because in order to attract spectators to the stadium, it needs to be neat and tidy, as it was during the period when it was operated. So, in a sense, the current deteriorated condition, I think it should have no weight, because the alternative would achieve the same outcome. And that outcome could even include potential recladding of the existing buildings if it was possible to retain them, or, if necessary, demolition if that were proven to be required through a structural survey, and then in time replacement by a new structure or structures, again, but within the lines of the limitations of the National Greenbelt policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you there, Mr. Carter. What I do want to move on to now, I think, is... Sorry, Mr. Shard, do you want to say something?
If that's possible. I suppose I was just going to come back to say that I think the visual appraisal and the 7 site context photographs that have been undertaken demonstrate how limited the views are into the site. The views from the Rugby Road, as we saw, there is a view as you pass the existing entrance, but that view is very transient on a road with a particular speed limit, so you would only see it for a few seconds. And in any event, any built form that you would see is set well back from the existing properties on Rugby Road and are not uncharacteristic of what is already there. And the dimensions we measured were about 185 metres back to the front of the road to those properties. In terms of the new access, where the removal of 3 oak trees occur, you've got a dogleg on that access road coming in purposefully, and you've got a well-considered setback of 70 to 80 metres to the road and the properties, with substantial open space and additional tree planting. And there's a condition 4 which relates to the replacement of some semi-mature oak trees to replace those 3 that are lost. Over and above that, Mr. Carter's proof on planning matters again at 5.3 and 5.4 identifies that it's recognised at 5.3 that the appeal proposal could lead to some visual enhancement of the existing boundaries and demolition of buildings, etc. And at 5.4, most of the environmental effects are capable of mitigation. So I would say that we can mitigate the loss of those 3 trees. I mean, there's a substantial amount of tree planting shown on the illustrative master plan in any event. Appreciate as reserve matters, but a substantial amount of tree planting that would go in. And there's also a condition relating to the boundary along Speedway Lane, both in terms of reinforcement planting and any additional appropriate boundary fencing. So I don't agree that you can see beyond the site to open areas. Inevitably you can see across the site, but the site is well contained, as I've mentioned, by the woodland and by the tree belts and other features. So I don't agree that there are multiple views. There are limited views, and they're identified quite clearly in the LVIA and in my evidence.
Right, thank you, Mr. Shard. I think a point to make here is you made a point there about the speed limit on the road and having glimpsed views, passing views, but that's only per someone who's in a vehicle. Depending on the type of user, you experience a different view of the site. So if you're walking down the road or walking on the public footpath on Speedway Lane or wherever, you will get a very different view and potentially a longer view of the site than you would if you're moving in a car.
Yes, you will get a longer view. We're looking to strengthen and reinforce that boundary with additional planting in any event. So there will still be some filtered views or glimpse views through, but it will be across predominantly open space in that sort of southern corner, and then you've got a 30-metre or so green corridor around the edge, which will enhance those perimeter areas in any event. And again, over and above that, the views will be curtailed by the woodland to the northwest in those longer views across, where you can see across before you get into the housing area.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, do you want to say anything further?
Well, no, only the fact that from the north, you'll have the same approach from the northwest. Obviously, looking back, you'll have far you'll have open views across an enhanced landscape with significant tree planting and ponds and ecological enhancement, etc. So there's a lot of, and we'll get onto it later, benefits that derive from the scheme as well from a landscape and amenity perspective.
Okay, thank you for that. Again, with the things, we do tend to merge things together, unfortunately, so we are sort of straying into the visual aspects of openness to a degree, but we are going to come back to visual aspects and the impact, the visual aspects of openness. I do want to explore this a little bit more. But before we do, Mr. Carter, anything specific now you want to talk to me about, or I want to carry on to... Yeah, okay, I'll carry on with the purposes of the Greenbelt and
Mark,
whether or not the site, how the site contributes to Greenbelt purposes. Now, there are a number of documents, evidence documents, that relate to this. First of all, there is the 2015 Greenbelt study, which was a joint study with a number of local authorities, which presumably was part of the evidence base for the local plan. And that looked at this particular site as part of a broad area of Greenbelt between Coventry and Rugby, and then made an assessment of the contribution of the area as a whole to Greenbelt purposes, and determined that it had a significant contribution to Greenbelt purposes. And then, Mr. Chard, you have produced a separate, more detailed assessment in relation to the site itself, which forms part of your LVIA document, and that comes to a slightly different, a different conclusion based on your assessment of the site's contribution in more of a local context. So perhaps you could explain to me what your view is then in terms of the openness, in terms of the Greenbelt purposes, and how the site contributes to those purposes.
There was a Greenbelt assessment that was undertaken. We were in broad area 2, and that was quite a large area, and we looked to provide a refined assessment effectively based on the site itself and the contribution that the site makes to those purposes. So in terms of unrestricted sprawl, we've identified the site's PDL. It's limited physically and visually to the east, west and south by built form and the strongly defined woodland, and it would not increase the potential, in my view, for unrestricted sprawl of Binley Woods into the neighbouring countryside, as the boundaries of the site, including Speedway Lane, mean they're already well defined. And in addition, a well-considered, sensitive and sympathetic design response, as shown on the illustrative master plan, means that unrestricted sprawl would not occur and can be designed out in any event. So the site occupies a very small percentage of the total broad area too, and effectively that's where I sit, that it would not result in unrestricted sprawl. It would sit behind the existing houses on Rugby Road, and would reduce the perception of continuing that linear ribbon development along there, and it would further contribute towards integrating the two existing areas of development to form a sort of more holistic nucleus of built form that would be part of the periphery of Binley Woods and would be appropriate in terms of settlement morphology. So that's in terms of sprawl. In terms of merging, the closest settlements to the appeal site are the villages, not towns, of Binley Woods, which is 300 metres to the west, and Brandon, 600 metres to the southeast. The current settlement boundary of Binley Woods is drawn in a way that's not representative of the settlement on the ground. That's been reinforced by the landscape sensitivity study that I mentioned. The nearest largest settlements to the site are Coventry, 1.8 to 2 kilometres to the west, and Rugby, 8 kilometres to the east. And the site's physically and visually separate to both of those settlements, in particular Coventry, which lies in closer proximity to the site than Rugby. So the site's located on the eastern edge of Binley Woods and therefore in the opposite direction to Coventry, and hence the development on the site would not result in the physical merging or visually or perceptually merging or perception of merging of Brandon and Binley Woods, or with Coventry itself. So the site would not contribute to the merging of the two settlements of Coventry and Rugby. In terms of encroachment, we would not be encroaching into the countryside because of all the aforementioned items that I've already mentioned beforehand, really. You know, the vegetation, the level topography of the site, that all provides visual and physical containment. The tight visual envelope prevents visual connections with the countryside and also creates a physical and visual barrier to the perception of encroachment into the outlying countryside. And then you've got all of the properties that surround the site as well. So effectively, I can't see how we can be resulting in encroachment into the countryside when you take into account the methodology that we've used, which is the same that was in the Greenbelt study, and the definitions and criteria that they identify, which I mentioned earlier as well, Mum. And then in terms of preserving the setting and special character of historic towns, well, it's not within or near a conservation area, is not within or has any intervisibility with the historic town of Coventry, and has no visual or other connections with the historic features within it. And it's not physically or visually connected with the area of Brandon Conservation Area either, and has no connections with the historic features within that either. So that's sort of where we stand from that perspective. And finally, the site would support the redevelopment of brownfield land and contribute positively towards the purpose of assisting regeneration and encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land in the West Midlands. So that's I suppose my stance on the contribution of the site to the purposes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chard. Can I ask the council a factual point in terms of Greenbelt? I'm not quite sure who's the best person to answer this question. Am I right in thinking that Binley Woods and Brandon are effectively washed over by Greenbelt? Or is Binley Woods inset within the Greenbelt?
Binley Woods is inset, Mark.
The appeal site is outside of that. It is within Greenbelt. It's not inset.
That's correct.
Right, okay. That's fine, thank you. Mr. Chard, then, if you look at the Greenbelt purpose in this location, which I think we can agree, fundamentally the purpose of it was to prevent Coventry and Rugby from coalescing. That's the ultimate purpose. The whole of the area forms Greenbelt, apart from the area of inset, which is the village of Binley Woods itself. Yes. So can I just explore the Greenbelt purpose of checking the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas? So in effect, you could argue that Binley Woods isn't part of a large built-up area. It's within the Greenbelt. Those settlements are effectively within the Greenbelt. So I take it it's your view that the site, if it's developed, would not have an impact on that particular purpose? Absolutely. Yes. Right, okay. Yes. Mr. Carter, can I turn to you then and ask you for your view of this particular aspect?
Thank you. In relation to the first purpose of Greenbelt, can I just start by saying that Mr. Chard, in his evidence in a couple of places, refers to the Greenbelt between Birmingham and Coventry, when in actual fact this is clearly part of the Greenbelt, part of the West Midlands Greenbelt, but the Greenbelt separating Coventry and Rugby. So that does sort of suggest potentially flawed understanding. The increase in the proportion of the appeal site that would be developed, I mean, that's what I'm asserting, and I think I will be able to prove that later on, Ma'am, together with the unusual island form of development, could only be described as urbanisation or suburbanisation of land beyond the extent of the defined settlement without a coherent relationship to the prevailing pattern of urban form. It would have a significant urbanising effect on land currently occupied by the stadium car park. It would be easily visible from the public viewing points along Rugby Road and Speedway Lane. it would be seen as development is what is otherwise seen as an integral part of the countryside. And I say countryside, not open countryside. The intention of this purpose of the green belt is to divert growth pressures beyond the green belt, not to facilitate growth within it. That's all I was going to say on that purpose. The second purpose, neighbouring towns merging into one another, this case obviously means the gap separating Coventry and Rugby. And just to look at this, I drew a line between Coventry city centre and Rugby town centre, and the distance as the crow flies is about 17 kilometres. The interesting thing is that that line passes almost directly through the appeal site, and that same line also passes through the other settlements on the A428 Rugby Road of Binley Woods, Bretford, Church Lawford, and then it sort of joins the edge of Rugby almost along Lawford, which has sort of expanded Rugby in this sort of direction. The gap between the edge of Coventry and the edge of Long Lawford on the edge of Long Lawford on the edge of Rugby reduces that gap to about 8 kilometres. I would assert that growth along this corridor is therefore particularly sensitive to maintaining the strategic gap between Coventry and Rugby, and this would be especially the case for a strategic size of development. It's not a small or really medium-sized development. This is a strategic size development being advanced outside of the development plan-led system. In relation to the third purpose, safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, is that I think it follows that the new residential development and associated paraphernalia taking place with that on the stadium car park, as well as the proposed 3G sports pitch and its associated pavilion, the intensive use of floodlighting on the 3G sports pitch, compared to perhaps once or twice a week only in the evenings of the stadium, the hard-surfaced and tarmacked car parking would be regarded as encroachment on land that is within the countryside. The fourth purpose about preserving settings of special character I don't think applies. And then the fifth purpose, to assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land. I think you have to look at the text of that purpose quite carefully, because it's assisting urban regeneration. It's not just the regeneration of brownfield land wherever it might be. And so, in my view, this purpose was defined to skew the proportion of development taking place into the built-up areas, such as Coventry and Rugby, by some restraint of growth to reduce the outward migration of people into the rural areas. The appeal site would represent a windfall housing site that would not form part of the existing urban area. While the development of the appeal proposal might involve previously developed land, it would, in my view, undermine urban regeneration by encouraging suburbanisation of the countryside beyond the level of growth to meet the defined housing need level. So, in conclusion, in the light of my analysis, the appeal proposal would have an adverse effect on objectives or purposes A, B, C and D, and a neutral impact on objective D. Overall, my professional view is the adverse impact on Greenbelt purposes would be substantial. And, Ma'am, you also referred to the LVIA, and I think I'd just like to record that I would not openly agree with quite a lot of the assessment of the on Greenbelt objectives in Mr. Chard's analysis. And if I can just give a few examples. On the first purpose, he said it is not separate from existing built form within Binley Woods. Well, it's not within Binley Woods, and it's not adjacent to Binley Woods. It's some distance from Binley Woods. And the housing proposed, I think, is a bit difficult to measure precisely because of where is the housing on the site. It's quite difficult to to see that, as we saw yesterday. But I would estimate that the distance from the edge of the settlement boundary, as defined by the policies map, is at least 350 metres to the nearest dwelling. So any suggestion that it's on the edge of Binley Woods, I think, is just plain wrong. There are other examples as well. He refers to the distance from Brandon as 600 metres. I'm not so sure about that. I think that might be sort of to the centre of Brandon, but I think to the edge of Brandon, I think the distance is substantially less than that. The figure I remember is 300 metres being a more appropriate distance between the edge of the existing dwellings on Speedway Lane and the edge of dwellings on the edge of Brandon. So I think, you know, it's presenting a slightly misleading story, I think. At several places as well, Mr. Chard refers to it's not considered as part of the open countryside, and you know, as I've said, I don't actually say that it is open countryside. And then in relation to the fifth objective, I don't think the fifth objective of the Green Belt is about trying to recycle brownfield land in rural areas. It's about encouraging growth in urban areas, the regeneration in urban areas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carter. Can I just come back on a point there in relation to the purpose of restricting the sprawl of large built-up areas? That is effectively what the purpose is. So in your analysis, are you describing Binley Woods as a large built-up area? I'll just be clear on this, because clearly the large built-up areas, the Green Belt purpose was to prevent the coalescence of Rugby and Coventry, effectively.
Yes.
We'd already established Binley Woods is a small village within the Green Belt area, but it's inset within Green Belt. I don't think you can describe it as a large built-up area. It depends on your definition.
Yeah.
So in that sense, how does the site conflict with that Green Belt purpose?
I would agree with what you just said, Ma'am. But as we know from the local plan, that provision for 2,800 dwellings to meet housing needs that can't be accommodated in Coventry is made within the Rugby local plan. Binley Woods is very close to the edge of Coventry, and putting boundaries to one side, local authority boundaries to one side, I think that extension of the built-up form in Binley Woods would be perceived as the outward growth of Coventry. Thank you.
Next point I just want to pick up with you is in relation to encroachments into the countryside. If I determine that the site is PDL, in other words, it's previously developed land within the Green Belt and in the countryside, would you accept that in that circumstance, a redevelopment of a PDL site would not be encroachment into the countryside? Because purely there's been development there. It's not encroaching into open country, well, not is it open, the greenfield countryside land, effectively brownfield land. So what's your position? Would you accept that in that circumstance, if it is PDL, that you wouldn't argue it is encroaching into the countryside because it's already there as a built development?
Well, clearly the stadium is already there, but I don't think it's perceived as part of the urban area. But then I think it's the point that we mentioned earlier, that if you get to that point, then it's the impact on openness that becomes the critical measure, basically.
Clearly it's not part of the urban area, but as a site that has effectively had development on there, if I determine that there isn't an impact in terms of PDL, as a matter of principle, if we are redeveloping a site that has previously been developed in the countryside, it doesn't necessarily follow that you are then encroaching into the countryside. Would you agree with that?
I think if I've understood what you said correctly, then I think I would agree with you in the terms that you suggested it, because that would be the case under para 149G, but subject to all the caveats that I've already mentioned.
Obviously, the other caveats of policy, yeah, that's right. Okay, Mr. Charge, is there anything you want to come back on?
Yes, please, ma'am. Just to say, one, we're not seeking to mislead. We've been quite clear in our evidence. We're trying to assist you, the decision maker. The distance from Brandon is to the edge, 600 metres. We measured that the other day. In terms of, I keep going back to this sensitivity study, mum, because it's quite important. It's an evidence-based document. And the site description says the zone, which is a small area, it includes our site and a bit to the west, forms part of the urban area to the periphery of Binley Woods. Now,
So that document, though, is not a green belt review, is it? That is about landscape sensitivity, which is a different matter.
It's a different subject, but it's part of the evidence base which assists in understanding what the characteristics are of the locality. And it does, as I've mentioned, include in particular the views are urban in character, views into the zone are very limited, the zone forms part of the urban area, and you know, at the end of the day, that zone is effectively including the site as BR01, and then there's an area around it which is a little bit more sensitive on the plan. But the point is, it does identify the fact that it is part of the urban area to the periphery of Binley Woods. That is how it's seen from a landscape sensitivity perspective in terms of local character. And I think that does come into the sort of it sort of assists in understanding what the character is of the locality, and reinforces the message that we're providing. And I suppose, you know, I'll just reiterate the point: we're not the reality on the ground, both visually and in character terms, is we are not part of the countryside because of the urban characteristics that exist, not just on the site, but immediately surrounding it.
You are part of the countryside in terms of local plan policy, aren't you?
In terms of planning, absolutely. In terms of planning status, we are.
Yeah.
But obviously, you know, we look at it beyond that from a character perspective, from a visual perspective, from an evaluation on the ground perspective. And, you know, I think having visited the site again yesterday, yes, it may be in the countryside outside of the settlement boundary, but it is quite anomalous in my view that the site has got substantial features which are not in character or are uncharacteristic of the immediate locality, and we are putting in a development which is more appropriate in terms of its character, in terms of two-storey built form, of a relatively low to medium density, and which does fit with the settlement morphology with regard to the housing along Speedway Lane and along Rugby Road.
Do you want to come back on anything there, Mr. Carter? In particular, this sensitivity study. What's your view of that document?
Well, as I said, I've got some considerable concerns about the sensitivity. In terms of what Mr. Chard has said about the site being anomalous, I think I'd be inclined to agree with him on that, actually, in the sense that what we're talking about here is a pretty unique stadium, of which we have heard, for instance, from Mr. Morris yesterday, that there are very few sorts of stadiums like that in the country, and they are under pressure from developers. So, yes, it is anomalous in that sense, but it is appropriate because of that. So rather than a negative, that actually becomes a positive, if you follow my drift.
May I
Yes,
just raise one point? Obviously, I'm not here to give evidence on this, just a matter of interpretation about that the C of the purposes of the Green Belt, to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. It is possible to say, given that the purpose of the Green Belt is to retain openness, that if you take the car park as part of the curtilage and PDL, yes, it is previously developed land on that basis. But in terms of not having three-dimensional built form upon it, it could be said that you are maintaining, well, it could be said that it's by virtue of putting housing or other building structures there that might not assist in safeguarding countryside from encroachment. I just put that, it's a matter of judgment anyway. I just put, it's not, and these things are notoriously difficult in times, but I just put that as another perspective, no more than that.
Thank you, Ms Hunwood. Yeah, I take your point, yeah. And as you say, it is a matter of judgment where curtilage may lie on what is PDL and what is not on a particular site. And it depends on context and a whole range of factors. So thank you for that anyway. Okay. We turn our attention to openness now. And I think we're all aware there are two aspects of openness, spatial and visual aspects. If we just concentrate our minds to the spatial aspects initially, we have a site here that's 10.86 hectares in size, and the appellant has produced some figures in terms of the existing developed area of the site and what is proposed. Now, that evidence suggests that what is proposed is fractionally less in terms of developed area to what's there at the moment. But I would just like to ask you, Mr. Chad, can you just clarify how you've arrived at those calculations and what you actually include in terms of your area of built development for the proposal? Do you include the multi-sports and 3G pitch area, the pavilion? How have you arrived at that assessment?
Yeah, so in terms of the existing stadium coverage, we've taken the fenced area of the eastern part of the site, and we've included the whole area because it's PDL and because there's significant hard standing. There is mass in terms of and volume in terms of the spectator stands and the spectator standing areas, I suppose, on the steps that we saw on the curves of the stadium. There's earth mounding. There's other built forms beyond the grandstand, including the hangars that we saw, and also other smaller built forms as well. So we've done a simple calculation based on that whole area. And then in terms of the proposal, again, we've done a simple calculation which does not include the 3G pitch, but does include for the entirety of the residential area. It was noted by Mr. Carter that we had included the development coverage on the original application layout, and he's correct, but we've remeasured that, and we are at 4.14 hectares, or 38.12% of the site in terms of that developable area. The architect has done a calculation in metres squared, which is about 3.9, I think, on one of the layouts. So he's got a different figure because he takes it to the centre of the road line.
I want to just be clear on this, because I just want to make sure I'm clear on which plans you're referring to. Now, there is the site coverage plan that's in your proof and also as a separate document, CD 1.7. It's also an appendix in your proof. Now, that, I take it, that was based on the original scheme submitted, yes?
That was based on the original scheme submitted, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And we've now re-measured it.
Right.
And we come to 4.14 hectares.
4.14 as existing development?
No,
as proposed development?
As proposed.
And that compares to an existing developed area on the site of 4.35, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, so you're marginally below?
Yes.
In your assessment?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Carter, do you agree with those calculations, or what is your view on that?
I'm I'm okay with the estimate of 4.14 given by Mr. Chard if that's what he's measured, but I want to put forward some alternative calculations, ma'am.
Yeah, you must do that now, actually, because I've seen in
Yeah.
your proof of evidence you have a diagram in there
Yes.
that provides
yeah.
a different assessment, and one of my next questions was to ask you to explain that, please,
Yes,
for me. Thank
okay.
you.
Well, the diagram that the two diagrams in my proof, figure 1 and figure 2, I'll just get hold of them. Yeah. On figure 1, what I've attempted to show is the area of built form. So the buildings like the grandstand and the rear terrace are in red. The speedway track is an orange. The dog track is in a sort of slightly less bright version of orange. And then the spectator terracing I've put in white. And what I did in my proof was to measure that area of land occupied by buildings, terracing and sports as 2.9 hectares, approximately. So that is 2.9 hectares within the 4.35, I think it is, that Mr. Chard referred to, where that wider area is the curtilage area, including the pits. So that's where that comes from. Figure 2, what we have done there is to try and overlay the buildings from figure 1 onto the layout from the appellants. And the key point, I think, there is that we make is that we estimate, I think it's 41 dwellings would actually be located on the area that's currently car park. So about a third of the proposed development lies on what is currently the car park area. Sorry. Excuse me. What I was going to go on to say, ma'am, unless you've got any questions on that at the moment. Yeah. The existing staging and buildings, so I'm just talking about the buildings here, occupy a relatively small proportion of the site. I estimate their combined external footprint at 5,400 square metres. The buildings obviously have considerable mass, or at least the grandstand does, and that has a height of up to 11.5 metres. However, that height only applies to the main grandstand, and many of the other existing buildings, including the rear terrace, are significantly lower. If we look at the combined footprint of the appeal proposal, and by that I mean dwellings, garages and the pavilion, I believe that would be something like 6,500 square metres. So in other words, an increase of approximately 20% of the site that would be covered by buildings. And I also should add there that the figure I gave for the existing buildings is basically the external footprint. The 6,500 would be based on the internal measurements that are given in the evidence by the appellants. The new dwellings would be up to 2.5 stories in height, and I understand they're proposed to be up to 10 metres in height to the ridge. 1/3 of the new dwellings would be located on the main car park, and all of the dwellings would be at least 2-storey. That pattern of development would mean a significant height across a significant proportion of the site, including the areas that are currently open. If we look at site coverage, then we can look at some different figures. The area of the buildings, the existing buildings, the tracks, the terraces, the infield, tracks, circulation space between the buildings, I estimate that at 29,200 square metres. So in other words, that's the 2.9 hectares less the pit areas that are sort of open. The area of the new estate, I would estimate at 36,700 square metres. That excludes the estate roads. The source for that is CD 3.5, and I note that CD 2.5 suggests the equivalent figure is 3.8 hectares. The 3G pitch is 9,200 square metres. Source of that is CD 3.5. And the pavilion is 302 square metres, and that's from CD 260, the viability report. Although I note yesterday that it was raised, I think, by Mr. Richards, that the proposed condition has 350 metres squared for the pavilion. So that's actually in terms of cost, that's about another £100,000, I think, actually, which is an aside. That totals up to 46,202 square metres, and that amounts to a 58% increase compared to the existing. And even if we took out the 3G facility, which I don't think should be done, because I think that the 3G facility should be counted, then the coverage would fall to 37,002 square metres, but that still represents a 27% increase over the existing. And at that point, I'd like to make the observation that a couple of times in Mr. Chard's proof, he does refer to the Council's Planning Officer's report, where the assessment of the sort of the neutral impact on Greenbelt is concluded, and that conclusion, if you can find the paragraph number to help you, I think it's paragraph 19.2 of the Planning Officer's report. I can't remember the core document number. Sorry, CD6. So the point that I want to make really is that I think that the Council Officer's report relied on the information that was supplied by the appellant and didn't critically analyse the information that had been supplied in this respect. And I think it follows that if you were to agree with my conclusions on the extent of built development or site coverage, then it also follows that that ought to have an impact on the conclusion in the Planning Officer's report, if that makes sense. I was going to make some other points, but I think they may well relate to, rather than the spatial side, the sort of the volumetric side. Yeah.
Come on to the visual aspects shortly. But, yes. So, Mr. Chard, you just heard there Mr. Carter's explanation of how he's come about his calculations. What's your view of his approach? Do you agree with it? Do you take issue with it? I presume you do.
Well, I do disagree with it because I think there are other built forms and hard standing that haven't been included in the calculations as identified. I suppose what I would say, Ma'am, is the removal of the grandstand, the spectator stands, the hangars, all the other buildings would be a significant benefit to improve the openness on the site and of the green belt of the area. And the removal of those buildings is plainly beneficial to openness. Local authority...
Sorry, how can that be a beneficial to openness if it's going to be replaced by other built development?
Well, because the other built development is obviously being redistributed and would be smaller in scale because the height is 1.5 metres less. The mass is lower. It's more characteristic of what's immediately adjacent to the site. So in spatial terms, you've got lower density housing, which would be less conspicuous, I suppose, from out with the site in terms of views, but also in terms of openness. It would be significantly smaller in scale than the current buildings in terms of their scale and mass, and the spacing and the grain of the layout of the proposal is much more consistent with the properties surrounding on Speedway Lane and on the A428. So
would you, sorry to interrupt you, would you not accept though that if we're looking at the removal of some very large structures, you've got the grandstand, yes, 11.5 metres in height, replacing that with a residential development which may well be lower in overall height but extends over a larger area, do you not accept that would have a greater impact on openness?
Well, no, I don't, because predominantly we are on the footprint of the whole stadium area. Yes, we're encroaching a small area, or we're extending a small area into that southwestern corner, but I don't consider that there would be significant harm to the perception of openness on the site. As I say, I think it's would be locally characteristic of the urban grain, and obviously over and above that, in terms of the figures that we've identified, you have got circa 6.7 hectares, or 61, nearly 62% of the site would be comprising open space, including for the 3G pitch. And we've not included for the 3G pitch within our calculations because we consider that would retain the openness. The only things that would affect it would obviously be the surrounding fencing and the fence posts. But
do you include the pavilion?
Sorry?
Do you include the pavilion as a built structure? I can understand what you're saying about the 3G pitch itself.
Yeah.
What about the pavilion?
The pavilion has not been included in our calculations, but it's very small. It'll be a very small fractional percentage. And obviously the 3G pitch is appropriate because it's in accordance with Para 149B being appropriate facilities for outdoor sport, which preserves the openness. And you could argue that the pavilion is part of that as well, potentially.
Can I just clarify with you, in terms of the area that you have assessed to come to your calculations of the area of built development being proposed and the existing areas of built development on the site, clearly Mr Carter has included fixed buildings, fixed structures, and the track itself. He hasn't included some areas that you might argue are more open, that are potential circulation areas or other external supporting areas to the use of the stadium. Do you include those within your overall calculation as part of the curtilage and therefore part of the PDL?
Yes, because they're developed, because they are fixed infrastructure, hard standing, and as I say, there's a lot of there's a lot of retaining walls, there's a lot of other volume and mass within the spectator seating or standing areas out with those spectator stands as well. And I suppose the last thing I'd say, Ma'am, is what we've done and what Mr Carter's done, to be fair, and the architect, is just a two-dimensional footprint calculation, not a three-dimensional volumetric calculation. And that's why I talked about the sort of spatial side of the scale and the bulk of the buildings and the percentage difference with the open space compared to the development, because a lot of that housing area and is identified on, just to be clear, Ma'am, just for your reference, there was a reference to CD 3.5. Those calculations on there underpin the BNG metric. That's all that plan is for. And it identifies a 70-30 split within that developable area. I'd say it would be more than that in terms of the open space because of all the gardens you've got, etc. When you look at the layout.
All right, thank you, Mr Chard. Anything you want to come back on there, Mr Carter, briefly?
Well, the only thing, because they were mentioned, the fencing to the 3G sports pitch, I think it's 4.5 metres or something in height, which is quite high. And then, of course, poles for the floodlighting. And also, one thing I was going to mention was that when you look at the, I mean, I know it's an outline, but the illustration includes what appear to be potentially sort of solid small buildings, potentially. I don't know, they might be small sort of covered areas next to the pitch. So I think, you know, there's some considerable doubt about this as well. So the only other points I wanted to raise were about the other angles.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. If we move on to visual aspect of openness, clearly the framework is clear that the key characteristics of agreement are their openness and their permanence. Now, Mr. Shard, in your evidence, I think it's in the LVIA, you state the site is not considered to be open in policy terms due to the fact that the site is PDL. Can you explain your position on that, please?
I think, ma'am, that should have said open countryside. That's what they're talking about, what we're talking about. So it's not open in terms of open countryside, which hopefully makes it clearer to understand.
Actually, because it confused me when I saw that in the LVIA. Right, so so you're not saying the site isn't open, it's just that it's not open countryside in your assessment. Yes, it's physically contained, localised views, but in your view, it does contribute to openness.
Well, there's open character with regard to the western part of the site, obviously. So there is a contribution to the open character there. But as I've mentioned earlier, that perception of openness visually is not seen apart from within the site itself or from very limited locations at present. And those are from glimpses through the coniferous vegetation that we saw on Speedway Lane and across the existing entrance where you see the open skyline towards the stadium. But those are the only two areas where you get a sense of openness. And as I've mentioned,
Right.
that sense of openness is significantly diminished along all other areas because of the boundary vegetation and the containment that I've mentioned earlier.
Can I move on to a point that Mr. Carter's raised, and that relates to visual impact on openness, and where a member of the public, say somebody walking past the site, may have a visual view out into the open aspect of the car park. What I think is quite telling is there is a photograph in the LVIA, I think it is, which shows the access into the site close to Speedway Lane, and it shows a very open view into the car park. At the moment, that's still blocked off. It's got a fence line, it's got some material to stop anyone trying to get on with the vehicle, so it's enclosed. You can't see through it. But there's a photograph in there, I don't know what the date of it is. It's on page 23 in the LVIA, which shows a very open view with a very, very low level sort of barrier, which then gives you a very open view into the car park. So you see this open visual aspect of the site. And I think on the site visit yesterday, Mr. Carter and Mr. Davis pointed out the original gate to the site, which again was fairly low. So you had views over that gate into the site, and you would then appreciate the open car park area. So in terms of the visual aspect of openness, when you look at the site from those perspectives, you could argue that the site makes a contribution to openness. What's your view on that point?
It's sort of a, well, that's page 23 anyway. That's the one you mentioned, which is just on Speedway Lane. So, so I suppose, sorry, can you just ask the question again, because there's quite a bit to unwrap in terms of visual impact and then openness. And
Sorry, yeah, the question really was about the existing site when it was operational, certainly not with the fencing that's been put there for security purposes at the moment, but in the past, the accesses to the site created an open aspect. Because of the low level of the fencing there, you could have a really good view into the car park, gave you a very open view of the site. You could argue that openness contributes very much to the visual aspect of openness for the site in greenbelt purposes. What's your assessment of that argument?
well, I suppose my assessment on that argument is that, in particular from the view from the Rugby Road across the main entrance access, even though historically you may have seen into the site, you would be looking towards a grandstand, and it's seen in the context of built form in the foreground. And now you've got a sort of security gate there effectively, which closes off the view. Yes, as you walk past, you can just see the top of the ridge of the grandstand, but you can't see any openness beyond that in that view from the A428. I mean, in terms of visual impact, what's going to happen is that you're going to have an enhanced pedestrian and cycle link in that location with a view looking towards and across the 3G pitch towards housing and across sort of open sort of grassland, etc., and trees. So you're going to have a more beneficial effect than what exists at the moment in terms of a visual impact perspective. And then in terms of the view that you mentioned on 23, that's from the corner of the site itself. Well, that's, as I've mentioned before, you've got inappropriate coniferous planting, which is non-native, which is not part of the open countryside. And you've got that elsewhere around the properties to the rear on the A428 as well. So, again, there may be some glimpses through across the open car parking area as there was then, but again, from a visual impact perspective, that's going to be improved because, again, we've got as I mentioned, a well-considered landscape strategy and scheme for open grassland wildflower meadows, a number of trees, such that the development in that southwestern area is set back beyond that area of open space. So there will be a sense of open character, but in terms of the perception of openness, that will be maintained with a more attractive landscape scheme derived from the proposal, as opposed to what's there at present, which you can see in the photos has got a lot of clutter with signs and gates and fencing and paraphernalia, which detract from its appearance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chard. Mr. Carter, I know you take a slightly different view of this. Can you outline for me what your concerns are? In terms of the visual aspect of openness,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, within the core curtilage of the stadium, if I can call it that, behind the security fencing, most of the land is still occupied principally by surface features as opposed to three-dimensional structures comprising the racetracks, the extensive pit areas where the race car transporters used to park on race days. Since the existing developed areas include those areas covered by sports, in other words, the equivalent of sports pitches, it seems to me that it must follow that the 3G pitch should also be counted as part of the development, because it would comprise permanent surface structures, the fencing, the floodlighting, and the pavilion.
Can I just stop you there? In principle, though, however, sports development will be appropriate in the Greenbelt. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's true. Yes, I agree with that.
Not alter your view?
No, I think it's still a permanent structure to provide a sports pitch. For parity,
in principle, though, there would be an acceptance that a sports development would have some impact on openness, even though it isn't inappropriate development. The framework, in effect, accepts that there will be some impact on openness.
Well, I think the impact on openness would principally be through the fencing and the floodlighting and the pavilion, rather than the actual green surface of the artificial pitch. I think there's a parity point here between, we need to make sure we're not comparing apples with oranges, because I know it's slightly different, but the speedway track is basically a sports pitch, and it is flat and it is within the countryside, and so that would potentially be equally compatible. Moving on, if I may. The existing stadium buildings are set back a considerable distance from Rugby Road. My measurement was that they're about 180 metres away at their closest point, whereas the new dwellings, as we saw yesterday, would be brought within about 80 metres at their closest point. which I would submit is a significant narrowing of the distance. So all of the existing dwellings on Rugby Road and Speedway Lane would be considerably closer to the new dwellings, and those the existing dwellings on Rugby Road would be particularly close, or some of them at least would be particularly close to the 3G sports pitch and car park, and those facilities, as we've seen in the evidence, would be used daily compared to the stadium once or twice a week. And so you've got the proximity point as well as the intensity of usage. One of the most significant impacts on openness, however, will be the effect of the proposed new access onto Rugby Road, and this will require the opening up of a gap of up to 23 metres. And this is the matter that the Tree and Landscape Officer David Gower was seriously exercised by his email objecting to the proposed development dated 27th of February 2018, and that's CD 925, ma'am. And if you were able to look at that, he talks about the group of protected oak trees, protected by a tree preservation order. Collectively, the trees serve as a highly prominent public visual amenity, screen and biodiversity feature, and the proposal highlights removal of 3 of those oak trees, 2 early mature and 1 mature, to allow access. And then it goes on to say the tree report states 4.9 that the removal of this tree cover should not be considered as detrimental due to the retention of the vast majority of trees situated along this boundary, and new planting along the proposed access road within the green open space immediately behind G1 will provide mitigation for the required losses. And then he goes on and specifically says, I would disagree with this. It would appear that the significance and protected status has been dismissed. The TPO protects the oaks because of their merit as a group, a continuous line, and elsewhere we've seen the importance of that as a feature to the Dunsmore parklands in the landscape character assessment. So he talks in there about the 23-metre gap, which is where I got that figure from. And he's obviously not satisfied with the mitigation. And clearly, the tree report, the comments from the landscape and archaeological officer have not penetrated into the officer's report, into the planning application, where effectively those views have been discounted in recommending the proposal for approval. By opening up that protected hedgerow and the loss of the oak trees, anyone looking at the appeal site from Rugby Road will have an unencumbered, open view of the new housing estate. Well, that estate will, in theory, be located within the Greenbelt. Can any reasonable person seriously consider that it's anything of the sort? So in conclusion, I would say the effects of openness would be caused by the increase in both the footprint of buildings and coverage of the site. You know, the houses may be lower in height than the grandstand, but they are a significant distance closer to Rugby Road and Speedway Lane, and therefore they would appear more substantial in views from those areas. I believe the appeal proposal would result in significant suburbanisation in this part of the countryside. There would be a much larger number of separate buildings. We've heard domestic scale referred to, you know, of the house, of the dwellings compared to the grandstand. But I think, as you almost sort of referred to yourself, there's one grandstand, there are 124 dwellings, and they're spread across a significant proportion of the site. So I don't consider that development is compatible with its location in defined countryside and clearly some distance outside the settlement boundary of Binley Wunts. So in my professional view, the effects of the appeal proposal on the openness of Greenbelt would be substantial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Carter. A couple of questions for you following that. The appellant, I'm sure, will argue that if you look at the master plan for the site, that access has a dogleg. It's an outline application with landscaping reserved. So bearing in mind that dogleg, plus the opportunity to have significant landscaping obstructing views directly through to the proposed residential development, the argument could be that the visual perspective would in effect be mitigated. Now, do you agree with that?
No, I disagree with that, because at the moment the views go across the site, so it appears to be open for a considerable area beyond the dwellings and the trees on the frontage of Rugby Road, whereas the views that Mr Chard is referring to would give views into the site, giving views of new planting, but also new dwellings when travelling along Rugby Road in both directions through that gap, I believe. And therefore, the loss of that openness view would be lost forever. There may be some replacement planting which in time would grow, but the views and the openness would be affected. So long-term views, long-distance views across the site into the areas that are left open and into the wooded areas beyond, I don't think would be possible anymore.
Effectively, what you're saying is that landscaping could mitigate impact on visual amenity, but wouldn't necessarily impact on the visual aspect of openness,
yes,
because of that extent and that distance.
Yeah.
Right, that's helpful. I understand that argument. Thank you. Mr Chard, is there anything you want to come back on there?
Yes, ma'am. So just in terms of the effect of that new access and the tree loss, I'd say I think it's far-fetched to say that the removal of that boundary vegetation would open up views to the extent stated by Mr Carter. You know, as I mentioned, even if it would be seen, it's set back 80 metres behind an attractive green buffer of open space and structural planting, which could include for ground remodelling, to be fair as well, to assist in that. And over and above that, with the notable tree planting proposed, when, you know, as it establishes, it would soften and filter views of the proposed built forms adjacent to that access. I think that over and above that, the local planning authority officer identified in his report that it's been recommended that semi-mature oak planting would mitigate the loss, needs to be incorporated in the open space, so you've got a condition 4 for that. And then I think also we're dealing with potentially 2 future baselines with regard to the return of the stadium to its former use, or the proposal as it is, because whichever way you look at it, if it goes back to its future use, that car parking area is going to be covered in cars and vehicles that are going to affect both openness and visual effects in any event. So I just think that the access is not as bad as Mr Carter says. You've mentioned the dog leg, you've got the distance, you've got many types of treatment that can be dealt with to soften and filter views. You've got the green corridor along the south, along Speedway Lane with a buffer there, which again, more attractive than what's there at the moment. I don't think, I think the word substantial was used. It would appear substantial, the buildings. I don't think they would. As I've said, they're domestic in scale and they're in character with the 2 stories surrounding. So completely in character. And so that's where I stand really, Mum, on that point in response.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr.
Mum,
Chard.
could I just come back on one thing?
Yeah, certainly.
Which is Mr Gower's email again. I didn't actually get as far reading that, but towards the end of the paragraph which starts, "I would disagree," he said, this would be, this is the 23-metre gap he's talking about. He said, this would be particularly apparent as viewed from Rugby Road, with views being opened up into the site. One of the trees especially is a mature specimen, and perhaps the largest and most prominent tree within that group in terms of its height and girth. Mitigation planting within the application site would generally not be visible from Rugby Road. Similarly, newly planted trees would take many decades to replicate the existing positive impact that the oaks provide. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah, that's a fair point, thank you.
Can I just come back on that, Mark?
Go on if you like,
don't
Mr.
mind,
Chair.
just quickly. Well, I suppose the point being that, you know, that's all been taken into the balance in the officer's report in any event. And there are many ways in which you can establish planting and put in some immature trees and extra heavy standards, for example. So I don't think it's right to say that it's going to take many, many years. Yes, it will take years to establish, but I think that the planting, I mean, it's interesting, he says it won't be visible from Rugby Road. So does that mean actually the existing screen along Rugby Road already provides that curtailment of views? I mean, we are reinforcing the planting boundaries and providing planting beyond. And as I said earlier, Mr. Carter agreed that you can mitigate some of the environmental effects and provide visual enhancement as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shard. I think I want to start drawing this discussion to a close now. We've dealt with quite a lot of issues here today. Just before I do that, though, is there anything finally from any party, any final points that you don't think we've addressed properly? Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Barb. Mr. Chard mentions in his evidence that some of the existing boundaries to the appeal site, such as Speedway Lane, would form strong boundaries to the green belt. I think that that's a matter that could do with some further explanation, because this site is washed over by Greenbelt, and isn't this a development that has been proposed to be compatible within the Greenbelt and supposedly consistent with Greenbelt policy? Yet he's implying the redrawing of Greenbelt boundaries. And I wonder what that also means for the other side of the appeal site, where if you look at the layout, the roads are actually on the periphery of the development. So I just wonder if there might be some twinkle in eyes somewhere that actually, you know, in the future, could further housing take place on this site.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I suspect there might be some sloppy language in there, and that might be where the confusion lies, but perhaps, Mr. Charge, you could explain, please.
Yes, ma'am. The appeal scheme will remain within the green belt. All I was trying to identify was the fact that the proposed boundary treatment and adjacent roads and the existing features provide a suitable, defensible boundary to the appeal site that restricts the existing visibility of the existing built form. So yeah, there was probably sloppy language. It wasn't as clear as it could have been. We're aware it's not being removed from the green belt. It's staying in the green belt. So that's that point.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chard. Anything further from your side?
Yeah, the only thing that I was going to say with regard to the going back to the greenbelt assessment again and safeguarding countryside is that the study, the original study, identified the fact that the broad area safeguards the countryside, in particular the River Avon floodplain. And just to clarify, really, that the site lies outside the River Avon floodplain, and therefore, just in addition, that doesn't contribute towards the purpose as a result of that. I think the only other things I'd like to say, Ma'am, is just in terms of, I've already talked about the circa 62% of the site is proposed as open space for informal play, green infrastructure, the 3G sports pitch. You'd have the creation of a softer edge to the built development through the provision of new mixed native trees and shrubs within the appeal site. And significantly, we're increasing accessibility to the site with new footpaths and cycleways that will connect into the immediate local and wider landscape. So affording the opportunity for both existing and future residents to have much better access to the countryside and an enhanced recreational resource. And then finally, a substantial biodiversity net gain of 19.16% as well, just to clarify.
Thank you, Mr Chard. Yeah, Mr Humphreys.
Just one point, Madam. It relates to paragraph 149B of the framework. You were saying, look, in the context of the 3G pitch, surely it's going to be, if you have fencing around, that's going to be appropriate because it's pitches are appropriate in the green belt. Of course, what it goes on to say is as long as the facilities, so this provision of appropriate facilities for outdoor sport, as long as the facilities preserve the openness of green belt. So that rather begs the question. So if you've got a 4.5 metre close steel fencing, green colour, whatever else, that's Mr. Carter's point, I think.
Thank you, Mr Humphreys.
Just to respond on that, I don't think it's close board fencing. Or steel. Well, it would be permeable, wouldn't it? It would still be permeable, even if it's a mesh. So the posts at the ends might have an effect on openness, but the permeability of it will assist in maintaining that openness.
I take the point, but we don't actually know that what exactly is being proposed in terms of that boundary treatment with at this stage. So I don't think we can really take that point any further, but I appreciate the arguments that both sides are making.
Well, the only thing, Madam, if this is going to be a Football Association approved facility, for example, there are standards which actually show what the fencing might look like. So perhaps between the parties we could agree something that we could, as an illustration, if that would help. If you're
happy for that, if you want to do that as an illustration of the potential type of fencing and the impact, that's fine, thank you. Okay then, I think we've had a good session on Greenbelt matters this morning, so I think I would just draw this first session of the day to a close. We will take a break now, we'll say until 20 to 12 please, and then we will continue with our next witness, which I think is Mr Allen. Okay. And he's going in over there in that area, yes, okay. Thank you very much. So we'll adjourn then until 20 to 12. Thank you. Right, thank you everybody. The time is now 11:40, so we are resumed. So we're going to continue this morning now with the start of the council's evidence. So, Mr. Richards, if you'd like to introduce your witness, please. I believe we have Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Yes, we do, Madam. Just to introduce him from section 1 of his proof. You're Neil Allen, is that right?
That's correct.
And you're a director at Sports Planning Consultants, SPC, formed in June 22. Before that, you were 4 years at White Young Green, during which time you wrote the independent review that we're going to look at presently.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then before that, you were at NAA, and you set out in paragraph 1.2 at your proof the sort of work you were and have been doing. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then just a note at 1.3, again, another document we're going to go to shortly, you were a co-author of the, now, are we going to call it ANOG or ANOG?
I call it ANOG, but I think
ANOG, all right. You were the author of the ANOG guide, which we'll come to presently, which is a Sport England publication.
Yeah, co-authored, supported its development with others, yeah.
Good. And then at 1.4, and then just your, you hold a Bachelor of Arts Honours degree in Leisure Studies, Recreation and Environment from Leeds Polytechnic.
That's right.
And you understand that you're here as to give expert evidence, and therefore it has to be your true and professional opinion.
I understand.
Yeah. Good. Well, Mr. Allen, what I want to do with you is to look at each of the inspector's main issues with which your evidence is concerned. So let's start with main issue 2, whether the stadium is surplus to requirements having regard to national and local planning policies. Good. I think I've now organised the camera so that we're both on, but you're in view, which is where I wanted to be.
I was quite happy with the former and me not being in full view, actually, but yeah, as you will.
Good. So main issue 2 then, whether the stadium is surplus to requirements having regard to national and local planning policies. And whether something is surplus to requirements in national planning policy terms, that's an echo of NPPF paragraph 99A.
Yeah, that's correct.
Uncontroversial. So far as the various iterations of the NPPF since 2012 are concerned, have you looked back to 2012 and seen whether what we now know as paragraph 99, whether the wording of that paragraph has changed?
No, the wording hasn't changed. In 2012 it was paragraph 74. As you said, now paragraph 99, but the wording remains the same in terms of the tests.
Good. So that when we look at the ANOG guide, which we have at core document 15.1.4, have you got that in front of you? Yes,
yes,
you have. Good.
Yes.
And we can see on the second page of the PDF, development of the guide. Mm-hmm. Guide has benefited from feedback received during the scoping stage in 2013 and consultation on the draft guide December 13 to 14, all post first NPPF paragraph 74.
Yes, I mean, the ANOG guide was very much Sport England's guidance on how to do NPPF compliant needs assessments. Yeah.
And then if we see in the last bit of that box, development of the guide, Sport England would like to thank all those who contributed to the development of the guide. Sport England was assisted in drafting the guide by NAA, i.e. you.
And yes, indeed.
But
I could go on, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah, but noticing in passing, with input from KP,
Absolutely.
So we'll see whether Mr. Eady's fingerprints are on it as well in due course, no doubt. And then we can notice that it was published in July 2014. And if we go, please, to page 4, or the 4th page of the guide, I'm going to look round the room. Madam, would you rather I gave PDF page numbers or internal page numbers?
I don't really have a preference, as long as I know what you're referring to be
Okay.
honest.
I think everybody apart from you, Mr. Allen, is looking at the PDF, so I'm going to go PDF page 4, internal page 2, introduction. The guide provides a recommended approach to undertaking a robust assessment of need for indoor and outdoor sports facilities. The guide has primarily been produced to help local authorities meet the requirements of the government's NPPF. And then we get a quote from paragraph 73, which we're not concerned with. But if we look down to the next box, use for a variety of purposes, primarily aimed at LAs, the guide can be used by other parties who may be looking to undertake an assessment of need for a particular purpose. This may include use by national governing bodies of sports, clubs, education establishments and facility providers along with developers. Yeah?
Yes.
And then if we go to key principles of the guide, PDF page 7, guide and approach are based on a number of key principles, these being help LAs prepare robust, up-to-date assessments of need, meet the requirements of paragraph 73, and assist, where appropriate, the implementation of paragraph 74.
Yes.
So just to be clear, do you think it's appropriate that the inspector therefore has regard to it in our case?
Yes.
Yeah. And we can see that it provides a recommended step-by-step approach.
Yep.
And there are a number of steps. And if we go to section A, we will find the assessment stage, which starts on PDF page 16. It tells us step by step what we're trying to achieve. And then at paragraph A9, the last 3 lines, developers who may be seeking to make the case that certain provision is surplus to requirements, NPPF paragraph 74, should be expected to set out their case against the key parts and heading of this guide.
Yes.
And then if we go to A16, it will be important to engage with relevant national governing bodies at the outset of the process to establish any strategic priorities they may have within the area. NGBs may also be able to provide an overview of the key issues in the area, club priorities and needs, and help bring forward the views of individual sports clubs, and so on and so forth. Is the evidence that the inspector heard yesterday from Mr. Morris relevant in that context?
Yes, I mean, certainly I think the governing body evidence both from Mr. Morris, and I think we have written evidence from both Speedway and Stocks in terms of their comments. I think in terms of the overall ANOG process, yes, the governing body comments are, important, very important.
Okay. And then the other matter that Section A talks about, which I just want to pick up with you, is paragraph A38, which is on PDF page 26.
Yes.
Talks about the importance of local communities, expressing their views through neighbourhood plans.
Yes.
And so what is the relevance then for our neighbourhood plan here, which designates the stadium as a community facility worthy of some protection?
Again, that is a significant factor in consideration.
If we then move on to section B, gathering information on supply and demand, that's in the first box, which has a sort of yellow, red tinge to it in my copy. I don't know whether yours does. Audit of facilities.
Yep.
It's where we get the quantity, quality, accessibility and availability that you talk about in your proof from.
Yes,
is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then B2, it's only by understanding all of these four elements together and their interrelationship that you can form a rounded view of supplies in your area. Your assessment of need will not be robust and therefore not MPPF compliant if you just consider some of the elements and in isolation. Why is that important?
Well, because I think, as the guidance says, it's a rounded view about all of those elements. Okay. In terms of, you know, the number, the quantity, the quality of the existing and the alternative provision, how accessible that provision is geographically, and how available that, if there is alternative provision, may be to make good any loss and any usage that might be displayed. So I think, you know, you need to look at all those factors and take a balanced view.
And then if we go to paragraph B10 on PDF page 34.
Yes.
Is that important in our case?
Well, yes, I think so. And, you know, Sport England would be very clear on that when assessing all needs assessments, that, you know, lack of use does not mean lack of demand. And, you know, clearly I think we've heard a lot about that already in terms of the appeal site under consideration.
I don't like to interrupt you, Mr. Richards, but the actual document refers to need rather than demand, and it is a difference. Maybe a bit pedantic here, but...
Yes, let's go to demand then and consider it as well as need. Let's go to paragraph B51 if we can.
Yep.
We've got unmet, latent, displaced, and future demand. Yes?
Yes.
In terms of unmet and latent demand, we can see that what's from 551, any demand which exists but cannot currently be satisfied needs to be recorded, i.e. current unmet demand. Unmet demand could take the terms of need for specific use or activity. And then 52, latent demand. Unmet demand is known currently exists from users. Latent demand is demand that evidence suggests may be generated should there be more, better and or improved provision available. Yeah.
Yep.
And then go down to displaced demand. Generally relates to users from within the study area participating at facilities outside of the area. And then future demand. Do you have access to core document 15.1.5, the Oxford Stadium Statement?
Yes, I do.
15.1.5.
Yes.
Well, we can see from the second sentence, the author claiming success in connecting the lost generation and former supporters.
Yes.
And that in the regeneration season in 2022, crowds were above the levels that they budgeted for or hoped for. Had to expand their audience capacity. And then the next paragraph, attendances this season have been even stronger. Now, so far as those spectators are concerned, they were either watching Speedway somewhere else or were not watching Speedway at all.
Yes.
How does that square with the unmet and latent or displaced demand that we've just been reading about in the ANOG?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of unmet demand, firstly, clearly we've heard and we will hear over the course of the inquiry the potential users. We know there is Coventry Bees Club are waiting to be reformed and to be reinstated and to operate again out of Brandon Stadium. I mean, that is clear unmet demand, a club that can't access the stadium, that would like to access the stadium, and that would meet that need. There's an events programme in terms of stocks and stock cars that we'll hear about. So I think in terms of, there is that clear unmet demand for Speedway and stocks to return. And I think the Oxford example illustrates and demonstrates quite clearly how that can be delivered and how that can be achieved. Yes, I mean, in terms of latent demand, clearly once up and running, then the programmes will develop and expand. In terms of displaced demand, I guess, which is at Oxford, where did they go? I guess where have all the previous Brandon users in terms of stock car spectators gone? I think we heard yesterday that they're still very much alive and very much functioning. They're still meeting as a group of supporters. Whether they're still watching Speedway elsewhere or not, I'm not sure, but they're certainly there, they're displaced and, waiting, I guess, to re-access any reopened stadium.
Yeah.
In terms of future demand, I guess, to finish off, what we heard yesterday from Mr. Morris was a very positive outlook for Speedway within the context of the challenges, cost of living challenges for many sports in terms of finance. He mentioned rugby, but, a very optimistic look ahead for Speedway that, would suggest that there would be future demand and growth.
Yeah. Now, to answer the inspector's question directly, the ANOG guide looks at supply and demand.
Correct.
But if we look back to PDF page 14, internal page 12, at the advice to developers, when any application which proposes the development of new or the loss of existing sports provision should use the broad steps in the guide to make the case and reference how a proposal meets the relevant NPF paragraphs, e.g. how a proposal affecting existing proposal meeting with paragraph 74. If you go through the steps, including analysing the supply and the demand, what's the output going to be in terms of whether or not something is surplus to requirements or not needed?
Well, I think you look at the supply and you look at the factors, quality, quantity, accessibility in terms of that supply. So what is the supply base like? You look at the demand factors that we've just gone through, and for me, you add in consultation, I think, to that we've discussed, and particularly important is, you know, when we're looking, is the governing body consultation. So I've always operated that it's that supply, demand, consultation, and it's that equals the need.
Okay, good. Well, let's just examine what the appellants did. Their planning application, we know, was submitted way back in 2018, and it came with a need assessment from Frampton's Planning, October 2018, which we have at
Correct, yeah.
core document 1.30. I don't ask you to get it out at the moment, but just for the inspector to note that that's where their need assessment was. Tell me, Mr. Allen, have you seen any update of that need assessment produced with the 2021 revisions, for example?
No, there was another. KKP did an update in 2020, but that was also kind of titled viability and focused more on viability than need. But in terms of seeing that ANOG compliant needs assessment going through robustly the stages that we've described, and I think more importantly, as we're now in 2023, being up to date, taking account of the new supply and the supply changes that have taken place, taking account of the change in demand parameters, consulting fully with governing body, I haven't seen an up-to-date and robust needs assessment following that process and setting out those issues.
Yes. And then as I understand the position, White Young Green, that's to say you, were contacted by the council and asked to give an independent review, which is what Sport England advised the council to do. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. In 2019, I think there was lots of, there was evidence from the appellant, there was evidence from SCS, and, you know, it was our task just to come in and review that competing evidence.
Okay, and then that document, which we do need to look at briefly, please, we have at core document 15.1.2.
Yep.
Just to help you out. Yes, so we can see from the introduction, appointed by the council, undertake an independent review. And then, as you've just mentioned, following paragraph, application by Brandon Estates, response by SCS. It's a review of this competing evidence that the council have sought support with.
Correct.
And then, if we just go down to the conclusions and way forward section on PDF page 12 of the document,
Yep.
we can see what your advice is. First of all, noting at that time it was paragraph 97 of the 2018 version of the MPPF that we were talking about, or you were writing about. But NPPF now 99A surplus to requirements test, you say we do not believe this test had been met for Coventry Stadium to be deemed surplus requirements, and you look at the ANOG criteria and conclude a series of bullet points.
Correct, yes. And you know, and I think at the time, that, you know, that I think that was generally accepted as a reasonable conclusion and reasonable position by all sides, I think.
Okay, but so, and then on the next page, just above the letter B,
Yes.
with the current evidence available, we do not believe there's an unequivocal case that the Coventry Stadium is surplus requirements, therefore no clear-cut case that MPBF Test A has been met. But then you go on to B and consider that. You say it wouldn't be easy, but on the basis that the current stadium cannot be deemed surplus and reopening Brandon is unlikely to be deliverable or viable, a replacement option represents the next step without a stalemate position being reached. So are you dealing with a case that anybody's advancing at that time, or are you performing some other function?
It was a function of trying to be helpful and find a way forward, I think. It's certainly at that time, you know, one of the reasons for the independent review was that things had reached pretty much a stalemate in terms of the site. So it was in terms of looking at potential ways forward.
And I don't think that anybody at this inquiry is advancing a paragraph B as a material consideration, are they?
No, not to my knowledge.
And then we've got paragraph C, just to pick up what you said, because it's been the subject of some comment. Nothing has been put forward in respect of alternative provision on site by the applicant. So that was the factual position you were dealing with.
Correct, yes.
There could, however, be scope to put forward alternative sport and recreation provision on the site as part of the wider development, if the development on the site was for alternative sport and recreation provision. Paragraph C is engaged.
Yes.
Effectively. The council would have to take a balanced view based on the analysis of any proposal which might come forward. We'll come back to that in a moment. We heard yesterday, and the inspector may have read in a consultation response, about the Wolfston Leisure Centre position.
Yes.
What struck you about that contribution yesterday, Mr. Allen?
Well, I thought it was a very heartfelt contribution. It certainly wasn't a contribution that we were expecting or were aware of, certainly speaking to council officers. So it was very much, I think, Wolfston Leisure Centre, I guess driven by their own genuine concerns about the potential impacts of the 3G development at Brandon and what that might mean for them as their business and them as a registered charity. So I thought it was very heartfelt. I think they made their case very clearly. It probably not got a lot to add.
And so far as surplus to requirement is concerned, if we look at the West Midlands as a whole, we heard some evidence yesterday about the state of play at Wolverhampton.
Yes, I think, you know, since both the Frampton's needs assessment work and the 2020 KKP viability/needs assessment work, you know, the supply position, you know, has got worse. Wolverhampton will now cease operating. We heard the reasons for that yesterday. I don't want to go over them again, but from October, their lease will end. So that leaves just the Perry Bar facility within Birmingham. That I understand, but the Rule 6 party will clarify, I'm sure, when they get the opportunity. That is owned by the same operators as Wolverhampton, and, you know, it's feared that facility for Speedway may also go. Peterborough is also now closed, so there's a large swathe. Well, it leaves Leicester as the only Speedway stadium. So since any needs assessment was done, however old and not up to date, you know, the position really in terms of Speedway is Leicester is the only guaranteed stadium within the very wider catchment area. I guess a similar position for Stock in terms of the loss of facilities and potential loss of facilities, again, over the last kind of 3-4 years. So the supply position has, yes, reduced.
Yes, so whereas we started off looking at the West Midlands and the East Midlands, it sounds as though we're going to be looking at just the Midlands. Is that right?
Well, yes, Leicester apart, yes, correct.
Yeah. Now, we've read the view that, quote, Speedway is on its knees, unquote, nationally. The inspector heard a lot about that yesterday from Mr. Morris, so you won't go into that. But what's your overall impression as to whether or not Speedway's on its knees?
I think certainly over the period of since February of kind of working and developing this and speaking with the governing bodies, speaking with the experts, you know, I may previously have been guilty of suggesting Speedway was struggling more than it is. I think Speedway is doing well, and you know, Mr. Morris described it. It has 3 leagues, 2 professional, and teams entering those leagues, and teams for the reasons that we'd heard about from Mr. Morris leaving those leagues. But it has sponsorship, it has television exposure. So I think on its knees is an exaggeration. I don't think there is any evidence that anyone would suggest it's a sport on its knees. It's a sport with challenges, as many sports have. There are 3 rugby union teams went bust last year. Is rugby union a sport on its knees? So challenges, but you know, there are lots of positives described, certainly in my proof, Paras 4.25 onwards, discussed by Mr. Morris, set out by the governing bodies within my proof, and I'm sure you know will be expressed by Mr. Carter as well when he gives his evidence. So no, I would not agree with that statement.
Okay. Moving on to main issue 3, viability. You don't give any direct viability evidence. There's just one matter I want you to comment on. And that's the suggestion or the feasibility of reopening the stadium on a phased basis. You don't go for a full-blown reinstatement before you try and have another race on the track. What happened at Oxford?
Well, what happened at Oxford seemed to mirror very much what is planned at Brandon. Oxford was closed for longer than Brandon, nearly 15 years, but again through a lot of local help, a lot of voluntary effort, the site was brought back into use, and we can see the impacts of that, you know, from the evidence of Mr. Boothby, the Oxford Stadium director. So, you know, I think it is a really powerful case study of what can be achieved if the opportunity is given. We know the demand exists because we've had that expressed, and we know the Coventry Bees teams, you know, can reuse that stadium. We know there's a programme of stock car racing, and you know there is a very ambitious group to reinstate the stadium on that phased basis, very much using the Oxford model that has been proven to work.
Yes. Good. Okay, so we'll leave viability to others. Other than that, move on to main issue 4, which is the need for the 3G pitch. And here we are firmly in paragraph 99C country, aren't we?
Or not, as the case may be.
Well, yes, exactly right. So, and in your proof, you at paragraph 6.2, you discuss what one might regard as being a preliminary issue as to whether or not what is proposed here in terms of one 3G pitch and a pavilion is really what 99C is talking about. And you reference Sport England's comments at CD 9.31. Yeah. So could we just have a look at CD 9.31?
So, yes.
And we can see that it's an email dated the 20th of October.
Yep.
And it's making reference, starts off, it's been making reference to the Planning Committee report dated the 14th of September. That's not the Planning Committee report that we've got at Core Document 6. I think it's an earlier version that was due to go to an earlier meeting of the committee, but the meeting was postponed and the report reissued. If we can put it like that. So, but let's have a look at some of the comments of Sport England, and in particular, the second box. Sport England considers that there's been a misapplication of NPPF paragraph 99C and Local Plan Policy HS4, as the development is not for an alternative sporting and recreational provision, with it instead being a residential development scheme with a sporting provision.
Correct.
So, what's your view?
I would agree with Sport England in that regard.
Is that a planning judgment you have to reach, looking at what's being proposed? And
yes, I think there can be a grey area within the interpretation of 99C. But, you know, I think certainly speaking to Sport England, speaking with Raj, you know, he made the position clear that in this instance, you know, it doesn't even touch that grey area. It's the housing that's resulting in the loss of the stadium. It's not the 3G pitch. It's not getting even close to that kind of interpretation and that grey area. So his view is that therefore it's non-policy compliant, and once it's non-policy compliant, you then come back to consider, which he goes on to explain, 99A, is it surplus? And if it was surplus and non-policy compliant, then you might be able to consider it. But if it's non-policy compliant and it's actually not been proven to be surplus either, then, you know, it should not be considered. And I think that's the essence of Sport England's view, and the view I would agree with.
Okay, but let's ask the inspector to log that, as I'm sure she's done, but then go on to consider the issue, well, is there a need for this 3G pitch in any event?
Yes.
And you heard me say yesterday in opening that within the borough or the sub-region, there's always need for 3G pitches.
Correct.
Is that your view?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I put an example in my proof in Para 6.6. I come from Warrington. They just had a playing pitch strategy published. I think there's a need for 8 3G pitches across Warrington. So it's a. And
so far as playing pitch strategies are concerned, I think the most up-to-date one for rugby is not yet published, but is in the course of production, so we don't have the benefit of it at this inquiry.
That's
that right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. But even looking at the existing extant playing pitch strategy, in quantitative terms, is there still a need?
Yeah, for one pitch across the borough, it identified greater needs, but some have been met. So from 2015, there remains the need for one.
Yeah. And so far as neighbouring Coventry is concerned, the inspector will have read that in quantitative terms, there is also a need. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, they've progressed a little bit further with their playing pitch strategy, and I think the new one identifies the need for 3 3/4 pitches.
Yeah. Well, if Coventry's got a need and rugby's got a need, what's Why is the appeal site the wrong location?
Well, I mean, I think there is a need, and that need is often, well, is driven by numbers, and we heard about the numbers yesterday. You know, a 38 teams equal to 3G pitch, it very much is a very kind of blunt numbers game in much respect, so that's how we get to some of those figures. But I think beyond that, for me, it's about strategic need, and it's coming back to some of those discussions we were having earlier. What makes strategic need, and I think what is critical is, you know, the kind of partner views, and again set out in the proof under 6.9, the views of the key partners, Sport England, the Sport and Leisure people from Rugby Council, the Sport and Leisure people from Coventry Council, the relevant governing bodies, Football Association, Football Foundation. I think all of them have, well, concerns about this as a site for a 3G. There certainly isn't any support from any of those partners for this as a priority site. Yes, there would be some benefits, but there would be benefits wherever a 3G pitch was cited, given some of the deficiencies nationally that we've talked about, but real concerns about this being in any way an important strategic site and a good location, given the demographics, given other priority sites that are beginning to emerge.
Yeah. And what happens if you provide a 3G pitch like this, but in the wrong place? What can be the consequences going down the road?
Well, I think there's a number of impacts at different levels, aren't there? There are impacts on existing provision that we heard about very eloquently in terms of Woolston Leisure Centre and their concerns about the impacts on the sustainability of their operation going forward. There'd be impacts on other more strategic sites coming forward that are better located to meet the needs of clubs and teams and populations and demographics. But ultimately, there'd be concerns about the ongoing sustainability of the actual pitch in question at Brandon.
Yeah, so and let's imagine that a pitch at Brandon is provided and all sorts of football clubs, juniors and otherwise, currently not in an area local to Brandon, but say from Coventry or Rugby, come out to Brandon once a week, have the best sort of training, and are really happy with it. But then in a few years' time, when Coventry and Rugby have decided where strategically the best place for the 3G future pitches are, 3G pitches are brought forward in Coventry and in Rugby. What's the potential impact on Brandon then?
Well, the potential impact is that those clubs will go to pitches that are better located to meet their needs, and you know the KKP feasibility hints at that as a risk, as a real risk, and I think you know the business plan also highlights that as a real risk.
Yeah, and then main issue 5, the overall balance. It's a balance between 3G and football, which is largely a participants' activity, and speedway and stock car racing, which is largely a spectator activity. How do you reconcile the balance between the two?
I think, and indeed the kind of the 2019 independent review hinted at that, and it's probably become more important since the 2019 review that, you know, the value of spectating and all that it brings, and again we heard that from witnesses yesterday, I think has become increasingly important. Sport England now recognise and they now survey spectating within their annual active life survey, so they don't merely look at participation, they look at spectating, recognising the values it has in terms of mental health, social issues, social interaction, and indeed kind of loneliness. So it's a massively important function, and was a massively important function of Brandon. I think the other thing I think that is critical in terms of that balance for me, and I think it's come out, but you know, it is, Brandon is an iconic stadium for the sports concerned. So it had a significance, and I think that's important when looking at need. You know, it talks about, you know, does the facility that we're looking at losing have a special significance? I don't think there can be any denial of the significance of Brandon. So I think a highly significant sports facility against another 3G pitch, unsupported, poorly located, questions around sustainability and impacts on existing provision. I think it's for me it's, you know, quite a straightforward balance.
Okay, and then finally, before we finish, just go back to Sport England's last word on the matter, CD 931 that we looked at earlier. Towards the bottom of the first page, there's a paragraph in that box we were looking at before. If the LPA accept that the proposal would not meet APPF paragraph 99.3 in HS4, but considers that there are other material considerations which would weigh in favour of the proposal, Sport England would wish to make the following comments. And then a series of 3 bullet points, which are sort of overall balance points.
Yeah.
Is there anything there that Sport England is saying that you would disagree with?
No, I don't think so. And as I said earlier, I had an updated discussion with Sport England on this, and certainly you will see Sport England's comments on at 6.9, comments on Brandon as a 3G location. You know, certainly the view is, you know, it would be better located, Raja's view, in the urban area where there is the population, the teams immediately to kind of service that pitch.
Good. Well, Mr. Allen, we're 3 minutes after our time estimate, but thank you very much indeed. Please wait there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards, Mr. Allen. Very good timing, I must admit. There is some flexibility with the timings. As you can appreciate, things don't always go to plan, but if advocates can try and keep to their timings, that would be extremely helpful to keep us on track. Right, Mr. No, sorry, I've lost your name. Sorry, Mr. Goatley, it went blank then. Mr. Goatley, would you like to commence your cross-examination, please?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I'm just getting some water, madam. Is that okay?
Please do.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Got your water?
Yes, thank you.
Fine. If you need a break, need water, whatever else during the
Thanks
course of
very
this, let me know. Mr. Allen, good afternoon now.
Hello.
In order to commence matters. Mr. Allen, we're going to look at a series of documents. I think you've got a laptop available to you, and that has all of those various documents that Mr. Richards has already referred you to, and indeed others, which we will get to.
Okay.
I take you've got a full set of the core documents, aren't
I
there?
have, yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, turning to, if I may, your evidence to this inquiry, just so as I'm clear, the independent review was not intended to be a viability or needs assessment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so far as your proof of evidence is concerned, does that purport to be either a viability or needs assessment?
No.
Thank you. The original assessment, your independent review, CD 15.1.2, do you have that?
Yes.
That, and forgive me, for once I'd actually scribbled on something that was paper. So I'm just going to go back to that, which is it's page 10, I think, of either paper or PDF.
Yep.
That refers in the penultimate paragraph, referring to the conditions survey work of Igis Construction.
Yes.
And that had for 2017 prices of 3.73 million, though that would likely need to be updated to current date. You then record SCS feel the costs will be far less, although not quantified, as they had not been able to access the site.
Mm-hmm.
Support that they have sought to gain, but that any alternative costs have not been verified or externally scrutinised. Now, for the purposes of this appeal, there are some further documents that have been provided as appendices to Mr. Hooper's proof of evidence, which is CD 16.3.4. I beg your pardon, 16.3.1. Can't read my own writing. Do beg your pardon. Thank you, Mr. Richards. 16.3.1.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yep, no, that. Sorry.
It should be CD 16.3.1, which is Mr. Hooper's proof of evidence.
Okay. Right. Yep.
And that has a number of appendices. Have you seen those?
No.
You've not seen them before? And there's a list of them on page 50 of the PDF.
Right, so these are to do with viability and...
What they disclose is what they deal with. The appendices at Appendix 10, at 10, and that we see that we've got a chronology at Appendix 1, a schedule of Speedway riders and nationalities at Appendix 2, structural condition report by Farrow Walsh Consulting, and a cost report by Ryder Levitt Bucknell. Have you looked at those appendices at all?
No, in the context, I think, as explained by Mr. Morris, and set out in our proofs, we are not looking at viability per se, so no, haven't looked at those in detail, and do not profess to be an expert in that area. Right.
So is it fair to observe you make no criticism of any of them?
I make no observation. I think would be more accurate.
Well, no, more accurate is to answer my question. Do you make any criticism, yes or no, in respect of Mr. Hooper's appendices 3 and 4?
Having not seen them, no.
Right.
As it's not an area of that we're commenting on.
You had in your independent review observed the position with regard to costings, and that the costings would need to be not only updated but also verified and externally scrutinised. That was your observation.
Correct.
Yeah. As I understand it, the nature of the evidence you give to this inquiry, and you've told us, is that previous conclusions in terms of needs and viability are considered sound.
I think in terms of needs, I didn't stretch my comment to viability.
Could you have a look at your paragraph 3.4 of your proof of evidence,
Referring
please?
Yes, I think what I said in terms of 2019, in terms of needs, and in terms of viability, albeit things have changed since then, those conclusions reached then remain sound.
Okay. And so among the features would be, if you have a look at page 10 of your CD 15.1.2, last paragraph on that page, and you were looking at this in 2019 in respect of the current condition of the stadium, whatever the final cost, it would be costly and would question, even without the clear understanding of the exact stadium operating costs, the viability of reopening Coventry Stadium with the added repayments on capital. I take it you still stand by that as an assessment.
Albeit it's a very different proposition, I think, that's been looked at in terms of reopening.
Well,
Which
let's just deal with what, if anything, have you looked at in terms of reopening, in terms of existing structural condition, works that would be necessary to reopen, and works that would be necessary in order to allow it to operate?
it was just the existing evidence that was presented by the applicant and SCS.
No, forgive me. I'm dealing with the answer you gave me a moment ago. You're saying there's a different proposition now. What material have you looked at in respect of those three factors for the purposes of concluding that your 2019 assessment and its findings remain sound?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm struggling
Yeah,
to...
your answer to me in response to me dealing with your last paragraph on page 10 is that what is proposed now is different. Right. What is it in respect of what you say is different now that you have looked at with regard to structural condition, survey and cost in order to understand what would be necessary to put it into a condition that it would be capable of being reopened and operated for use, together with a scrutiny of the figures that go behind it?
But what is different now, and again, the detail is not ours, but what is different now is the notion that it will be very much a phased reopening with again, the structures considered in 2019 being critical to that reopening, certainly not in the initial phases being critical. So a very low-key phased opening. So I think that's the difference, and SCS will set out that in detail.
Well, I'm going to come to whatever you say about SCS in a moment. But with respect, your reply was not an answer to my question, which I have now posed 3 times.
Okay, I tried to emphasise the difference. Sorry, that I guess in 2019 it was based on the notion that the whole stadium, the stands, etc., would have to be brought back to use. What I'm suggesting is that's not the proposition now. So that was the difference. Sorry.
Well, what they've said, because in the penultimate paragraph on page 10, was that the need would be far less. That's what they said. What is the difference? I mean, what I'm trying to understand is what it is that you have looked at in order to understand and ascertain the current structural condition and what might be required. Now, you've told us what you've said about SCS. You've told me that you haven't looked at either of the 2 appendices that are in the appellant's evidence that I've identified to you. What I want to know is what, if anything, you have done by way of an exercise of scrutiny or analysis in order to form a view as to whether or not the broad conclusions of your 2019 assessment remain sound or not.
We haven't looked at any detailed structural issues.
Right. So, and you don't make any criticism of Appendix 3 or Appendix 4. So how do you arrive at a view that there is any prospect that with regard to this, that there is a realistic potential of the Brandon Stadium being reopened on any particular basis? Upon what basis do you arrive at that?
I think on the basis of the approach that is now being put forward in terms of that modest, phased approach, as exampled at Oxford Stadium, in terms of their approach to things. So those are the 2.
I'll come to Oxford Stadium in due course. Don't worry about that, Mr. Allen. I want to understand. So you have no idea what the condition of the stadium is at the moment? Is that correct?
I've been to the site.
Right.
Like others. I've been to the site. Yes.
And are you a structural engineer?
No, I'm not.
Right. You've not looked at Appendix 3. Have you looked at anything which had actually given out a cost quantification as to what would be required? Not some kind of vague notion of phased reopening.
No, I haven't.
Right. So the short point is you have no basis to conclude that the costs and the works required that have been identified by the appellant would be otherwise than correct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now, you've referred in your answer, and indeed you refer at paragraph 3.6 and elsewhere, to what the Rule 6 party may put in evidence. Did you see what the Rule 6 party was going to put in evidence prior to the conclusion of your proof of evidence to this inquiry?
No.
So once again, you had no knowledge as to what, if anything, they would tell you?
Some knowledge. We had some governing body sessions that they were party to as well, but no written knowledge.
Yeah. What, if any, reliance do you place upon the Rule 6 party for the purposes of your assessment?
No more reliance than any of the other evidence, people, we consulted with, analysis that we did.
You've told us that with regard to any of these structural condition and cost of works issue, you've not carried out any at all. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. We're not quantity surveyors. We weren't, for this appeal, looking at viability.
Right. Do you place any reliance on what the Rule 6 says, Rule 6 party says?
Do I place any reliance?
Yeah. Because what I want to understand is that you refer us at various times for the purposes of assessment of these matters to the Rule 6 party. But that's a party, the evidence from whom you had not seen at the time that you produced your evidence. I'm trying to understand your evidence to this inquiry as to what reliance the inspector should place on it if you are relying on the Rule 6 party.
I think it was clear that the Rule 6 party would lead on viability issues. And yeah, it was clear that they would be commenting, as we will see, on all of the issues. So
yeah.
That was the reference.
They may well be. Thank you. Let's have a look, if we may, at your ANOG document. This is CD 15.1.4. Do you have that, please?
Yes, I do. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, I've looked through the document and perhaps if we can just look at a number of items in that. It's PDF page 6. And it's paragraph 1. Do you have that?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, my fault, sorry. Yes, I do, thank you.
Now we see that there are a variety of references within paragraph 1 of looking at helping people and communities across the country create a sporting habit for life. And there's looking at the various forms of facilities, and all of them, as we see in the fourth line from the bottom, is that those facilities be fit for purpose to meet the demands for participation now and in the future.
Yep.
Correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, there are a number of other elements there, and we see, if we may, it's PDF 12, which I suspect is hard copy 10. There were some sports reasons there.
Yep.
And again, sport and recreation plays a fundamental part in people's lives. The provision of the right facilities in the right places is central to enable people to play sport and to maintain and grow participation. And the health reasons, a little further down on the page, is the fundamental role of sport in contributing towards a healthy nation, avoiding the leading causes of death, looking for people to become more active, physical activity, and sport and recreation to provide that opportunity. And that's a feature that continues to apply elsewhere within the document as well. What I have something of a difficulty of understanding is looking at spectator sports within ANOG, it is directed to participation, but I do not see any reference, so far as being an objective for Sport England, as expressed through this document, to foster spectating opportunities or to do something about sports stadia. Is there something in there that you can assist me with, Mr. Allen?
I think ANOG, as you said, is about places to play, to take part in sport. Speedway is a sport, a recognised sport by Sport England. Stock car racing is a sport, and they need places to play. So I think in that respect, they come under the ANOG guidance. That's why needs assessments are done for such facilities. And I think in terms of that wider point, you know, this was 10 years ago, I guess, but, you know, we're still mentioning here about the link between sport, health, places, improving health, social and cultural and well-being.
Yeah. Deal with the point I've put to you, Mr. Allen. Is there any reference to spectator activity within this document, and that being an objective to be delivered via this document, or is there any reference to sports stadia for the purposes of it being an objective?
Not per se, but there are not mentions of lots of other facility types, but it's about places for activity and participation, which is what the stadium is.
I mean, lest there be any oversight, there are references to spectators in qualities relating to a sports hall, page 65,
Not,
which would be 63 of the hard copy, under quality for sports halls, as an example. But that, of course, was in circumstances relating to types of use and whether it's volleyball or not. Yes?
yes.
There is reference also in the NGB review to spectator provision within Appendix 2 on Table 7. That's within a template, not within the terms of the purposes and objectives of the document. Agreed?
Agreed. It's clearly saying spectator provision and fit for purpose spectator provision needs to be considered.
Other than those two instances, there's no reference to stadia at all, is there? Or sports grounds upon which essentially it is a spectator rather than a participation sport. Do you agree?
But I think it is a participation
Forgive
sport.
me, I've asked you a question. Please give me, on the third time of asking, the courtesy of answering. It is the third time I've asked this question.
Can we just, the question's been asked in various forms, but if you can just answer the question, please, Mr. Allen. I think I know what you're trying to say, but maybe you need to expand on your response a little.
Okay, I was going to answer the question. Sorry, pose the question again. No, there is no reference if you are.
Yeah. No, so this document was drawn up to assess participation needs for sports, wasn't it? I've taken you to a series of references in respect of that. None of the references take us for a spectator need for sport, correct?
For sport?
Yeah, a need for spectators, that this is a suitable approach for the purposes of assessing needs for spectators in sport as opposed to assessment of sporting provision for participants.
Yes.
That's the distinction, isn't it?
It's the assessment of sporting provision, yes.
For participants.
For people to take part
For
in sport.
participants, yes?
Yes, yes.
Not spectators?
No,
We-
as in speedway and stock car riders, yes, for participants in those sports.
All right. So far as those sports are concerned, as I understand it, Speedway is recognised by Sport England as a sport and a motorsport. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Stock car racing is not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On that basis, does Sport England have any view that it has expressed or expresses as to the need and desirability of seeking to foster sites for stock car racing?
Not to my knowledge, I wouldn't know.
In terms of this document, it does make reference to let me just get the reference to it. To active places power. That's on page 88 of the PDF, which is, I think, within Appendix 1, page 7.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That, again, also makes no reference either to speedway or motorsport, still less to stock car racing. Would that be correct?
Correct.
What's the significance of that active power attribute that Sport England refer to through this document?
It's Sport England's database of sports facilities in England.
That's what it's seeking to contribute to, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, capture.
So active lives as an objective, that also doesn't seek to be able to provide a basis for assessment. Would you agree?
Sorry, active lives is something
Active
different
lives, for the
altogether.
purposes of this proposal, active lives is not looking to drive this sort of proposal. Would you agree?
Again, I don't mean to be obtuse. I'm not sure I do understand that question.
Is the active places power exercise, the active power that we referred to, which was, I think...
Right. Okay,
on page
active
8.
places, power and active lives are two completely different things. Sorry, that's all.
I do beg your pardon, in which
Sorry.
case that's my...
Yeah.
Active places power, that doesn't seek to drive
No,
this type
no,
of...
no, there's no sort of demand model derives from that. There aren't for all sports, so yeah, there's no speedway, stock car are no different in that regard.
So the short point is it not, that this particular document is not relevant for the purposes of assessing relevant for the purposes of assessing spectator need or spectator demand.
No, I disagree. It's relevant for looking at participation and places to play, and people participate in the sports under consideration.
Yeah.
And it provides a framework to do the kind of analysis that has been undertaken.
For participation, because I mean, were asked the questions quite fairly by my learned friend near the closing of his questions to you about participation, 3G and football, versus speedway and stock cars, largely spectator. And you agreed with that, didn't you?
a large element of the stock car and speedway sport is spectating, yes.
And this document,
which has its values and importance, as also was described.
but so far as ANOG is concerned, that we've already agreed is not directed to spectators, correct?
No, but it is to participants in those sports and helps to define whether there are sufficient places to play and whether those places are surplus to requirements or not.
Is there any evidence before this inquiry that there's a shortage of places for participants to be able to undertake racing of speedway? In other words, they are unable to race at speedway by reason of the absence of this facility.
Well, certainly when the facility closed, the team who raced there, the participants, folded as well. There were attempts to go to alternative tracks, but that didn't work, so...
Forgive me, that's an answer to a question I haven't posed.
I was trying to give a fuller question as...
No, it's an answer to my question would help. Is there any evidence before this inquiry that people who wish to race speedway as participants are unable to race speedway by reason of the absence of the Brandon Stadium?
The team folded.
Forgive me, I've asked you that question.
Sorry, Mr. Allen, that's not quite answering the question, is it? I understand what you're trying to say, but that is not directly answering Mr. Gurley's question.
I don't have the details of where those participants went and whether they stopped racing or moved elsewhere.
So you don't have the evidence of that. Is there any evidence that you have seen from others?
No.
So there's no evidence to indicate that those who would wish to participate have been precluded or inhibited from participation by reason of the loss of the Brandon Stadium. That's correct, isn't it?
No.
Where's the evidence then, given the last two answers that you've given to me, that you now come up with that you're disagreeing with me?
There was a full events and usage programme that ceased on the closure.
That's a different question, Mr. Allen. We've just gone through two lots of questions about, first of all, there's no evidence from you that any participants were precluded from racing speedway by reason of the closure of the Brandon Stadium, with which you agreed.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I asked you whether or not anyone else has put forward any evidence, and you said no. So there is no evidence before this inquiry, is there, that there are putative participants who have been precluded from racing speedway by reason of the closure of the Brandon Stadium?
No.
You agree with me, correct?
There is no evidence.
No evidence. Just dealing with stock car racing. So far as stock car racing is concerned, the same points arise, don't they? And the answers that you've given to me just a few moments ago apply equally to stock car racing, as far as is relevant. Yes?
In terms of the evidence point, yes.
Yeah. This is an evidence-based process, isn't it? Would you agree?
Yes.
You're not, I suggest, I would ask, suggesting that the inspector proceeds on the basis of no evidence at all?
No.
No. Thank you. Mr. Richards has very kindly referred me to the clock at that point. I mean, I have to. I did hear his tummy rumble, I have to say, to be fair, but I was going to ignore it. But, Mum, yes, that would be a good point to stop
If that's a
at this
convenient
stage.
point for you, that's absolutely fine. Thank you, Mr. Gertley. Yes, we will adjourn then for lunch and we will recommence at 2 o'clock then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just remind you, Mr. Allen, that you are in the middle of your cross-examination, so therefore you cannot discuss with your team. So I'm afraid you have to sit on your own for lunch. Thank you. Yes, that's right. Right, good afternoon, everybody. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everybody. Time is now 2 o'clock, so we will resume with our cross-examination of Mr. Allen this afternoon. Before we do that, can I just have a quick time check? Now, Mr. Goatley, what I am a little bit anxious about is to ensure we have time for Mr. Ford, who's especially come to give evidence today. I certainly don't wish you to feel rushed in giving your cross-examination either, and we have a critical deadline of trying to be out by about 5 o'clock or so today. So can I just seek views on that, please? Where are we up to?
Mum, as far as my time estimate, it remains up to 3 hours. So I've used about half an hour so far, another 2.5 to go. I had a brief discussion with my learned friend, Mr. Richards. I'm clearly not going to use time for the sake of using time. I have a series of questions, and then I'm going to try to get them answered within that time frame.
I appreciate that, Mr. Goatley, and I certainly don't wish for you to feel rushed at all, because that certainly isn't fair to yourself and your client. Mr. Humphreys and Mr. Richards, I think we are. I just had a quick word with the council. We could probably overrun till about 5:15 or so, without it being too insurmountable. But I'm still not quite sure whether we're able to fit Mr. Ford in today. What's your situation? Certainly, yeah.
What I thought was the case. He's not available tomorrow at all. So, sorry, I want to say I didn't know the actual times of other people. I'd just gone by the programme that we had an hour slotted in. So, I'd on that basis, since we were on time when we started at 12:30 the cross-examination, I assumed that we would have had an hour at the end. But that doesn't help you. I'm just explaining why I wasn't thinking ahead to that.
Thinking aloud. Another 2 hours would take us till 4 o'clock. Quarter of an hour break, then an hour for Mr. Ford. We could do it by 5:15, I think, just about.
I would say, my time estimate was 2.5 to 3.
Yes, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Now,
do we have any suggestions of how to resolve this conundrum?
Should we just see how we get on? Hope we'll have to try and resolve it later if it comes up.
I suspect if Mr. Goatley is looking for 3 hours, then that's another 2.5. That takes us to 4:30. So we're not going to have time for Mr. Ford on that basis this afternoon.
No, we've just emailed, and 5:15 is the absolute.
Right. Okay. I don't know whether Mr. Ford has any other availability, not necessarily tomorrow, but even next week even. I mean, I don't really mind. We can change it to sometime next week if that's acceptable to him.
Right. Madam, can we, rather than taking up time,
yeah.
Could we come back to that?
Fine.
Because I can't.
Well, if you could discuss that with Mr. Ford, and then we'll address it later. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Right. Okay then. So, Mr. Goatley, if you want to continue, please, then with your cross-examination of Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, I was just waiting.
And I was waiting for you, but there we are. Mr. Allen, good afternoon.
Hello.
To complete the position vis-à-vis this morning, with regard to the issue of need for this facility, there is no evidence of need that you can point us to from you or from anyone else. Is that correct?
I don't think it's incumbent on... I know it's incumbent on the...
It's incumbent on me to ask you the question, do you have any evidence of need, yes or no?
No, none has been presented to us, no.
Well, and you haven't sought to identify whether there is a need for this facility?
No.
Now, the parent policies to ANOG are those which are now, as I understand it, contained in paragraphs 98 and 99 of the NPPF?
Oh, yes, I understand. Yes, correct.
Do you have a copy of the NPPF available to you?
I don't, sorry.
I hope it is. I know sometimes it gets booted out, sometimes it's allowed in. Which one is it? Sorry? 8.1. In which case? That's just a trip down memory lane. Paragraphs 98 and 99, I think those replicate what were, I think, 73 and 74 at the time that the original, at the time ANOG was actually brought into being. Is that correct? You may want to just, please by all means, have a look at them and see whether or not they follow the same rubric.
Yes. Yes, to my understanding, yes.
So far as those two paragraphs, do either of them make any reference to either stadia or spectator sports?
No.
It would be fair to observe if they don't make any reference to it, then the Sport England guidance that purports to follow it can't seek to go further than that. Would you agree?
No.
So, do you agree with me?
No.
You think it can go further?
Well,
Let me start that again, just so that we're clear. Are you saying that the Sport England guidance, which purported to follow the then versions of what are 98 and 99, was in any way seeking to go further than that which is in the NPPF policies?
No.
No. So, consistent with that, neither of those policies look to deal with spectator sport or with stadia. Just looking at paragraph 98, access to a network of high-quality open spaces and opportunities for sport and physical activity is important to the health and well-being of communities. Just pausing there, that would be essentially directed to matters of participation sport. Would you agree?
No, for sport and physical activity, of which speedway and stock car racing are sports.
Right. So you think that sport and physical activity allows you to bring in something to do with spectators? Is that correct?
I think it allows you to apply the paragraph when looking at need for sport and sports facilities.
Does the NPPF provide anything in respect of motorsport, any reference to motorsport? Speedway, stock car racing or otherwise?
Not to my knowledge. No. But yet it doesn't for any specific sports.
And can deliver wider benefits for nature and sport efforts to address climate change. In what way do you consider that speedway and stock car racing support efforts to address climate change?
I wouldn't like to comment, it's not my area of expertise.
Is there anything that you can identify where they could positively respond to either of those?
Well, he's just told you it's not his area of expertise.
Well, with respect, his area of expertise is apparently in ANOG using exactly the same wording in its 2012 version, and I want to understand whether or not this witness is able to assist the inspector at all in respect to the matters that apparently are in the purview of his evidence, apparently related to sports provision. So, do you consider that this paragraph is one that either of those two sports are capable of providing a basis to support?
Yes.
Climate change.
There has been evidence presented, not by me, by Mr. Morris, about what the sport is doing in respect of climate change. I would defer to him on that.
So you're unable to assist with that. Whether or not it's bioethanol or putting solar panels on the pits, how does that assist with climate change in terms of use of carbon?
Again, it's an area outside. I wouldn't like to comment.
Right.
The points I'm taking, it's about access to a network of high quality opportunities for sport.
Yeah. Can you point to any instance where the Secretary of State has adopted the approach which you have indicated, that the terms of paragraphs 98 and 99, or for that matter, ANOG, can be utilised for the purposes of dealing with spectator sports, and in particular motorsport spectator sports?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Doubtless, if there had been such an instance, that would have been a matter that would have been of significance to you in terms of the arguments that you wish to advance. Would that be fair?
No.
That would not be fair.
No.
So it's just the sort of thing that would go past you and you'd then forget about it for any occasions like this. Is that about it?
No, because we weren't looking at this in the context of spectator sport, but of the participation sports.
Okay. And we've already talked about, well, that was not the way that the questions were put to you or the answers that you gave earlier, but we've dealt with that, so I'm going to leave that one there. In any event, and just as an aside, within the ANOG document, CD 1514, if we can please have a look at it's PDF page 35, so I suspect hard copy page 33.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yeah.
Dealing with two aspects of quality,
Yes, got it.
condition and fitness for purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Have you assessed either of those in your evidence?
No, not in any, no.
Rather than any depth, have you assessed them at all?
We haven't done a needs assessment.
Thank you. I'm going to take up some of the matters that you dealt with in chief, if I may. You were taken to, within ANOG, paragraph B51, which was at, I think, page 48.
Yes.
Are you able to provide the inspector with any evidence on demand in a quantified sense, whether that demand is unmet, latent, displaced, or future?
No, other than that repeated earlier.
Can you assist the inspector as to what size any of the crowds are, or well, crowds size of the spectator population at whether it is Oxford or Brandon previously or anywhere else?
Not without referring to other evidence, no.
Right, and what evidence would you like to take us to? Because you did take us to, a little while ago, a letter from Oxford Stadium, which was at 15.1.5.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any evidence in there as to how many attendees they have had at their stadium for speedway purposes?
The evidence would seem to suggest between 2,000 and 3,500.
No, that's the capacity that they have expanded.
It talked about expanding that initial capacity from 2 to 3.5, which would seem to suggest that was required for the crowds that they were attracting.
It may suggest that, but there is no evidence in here of what crowds they're attracting, is there?
No.
And the fact that in the next paragraph we're told that they were attracting 2.5 times the number of people through the doors when the club closed, if we don't know what they were attracting in 2007, it's a bit difficult to come up with a multiplier for that. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah. So other than that, is there any other evidence that you have with regard to need? Oh, sorry, anything in terms of numbers of people attending?
No.
Thank you. Back to the NPPF, if we may. Paragraph 99. It's essentially a policy point. Existing open space sports and recreational buildings and land, including playing fields, should not be built upon unless... And then there are 3 criteria. Between A and B, and between B and C is the word or. If one satisfied any one of those criteria, that would be sufficient in order to satisfy the policy. Would you agree?
Yes.
You asked and ventured a view with regard to criterion C, development is for alternative sports and recreational provision, the benefits of which clearly outweigh the loss of the current or former use. You then sought to pray in aid that which was contained within the Sport England consultation response, at I think CD 931, I think it is. So far as the interpretation of the policy is concerned, that's not a matter that's left to Sport England or any of its officers to determine, is it?
Not alone, no.
It's not a question of alone. It's not for them to determine at all, is it?
They will have a view, and yes, they've expressed a view.
Yeah. Again, can you assist the inspector? Has that view ever been endorsed by the Secretary of State, whether upon appeal or upon any other statement from the Secretary of State?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No. Looking at the terms of the NPPF in that regard, and paragraph 99, pardon me, if we have a look in respect of A, as to an assessment has been undertaken which has clearly shown the open space, buildings or land to be surplus to requirements, that is a matter for the inspector or the Secretary of State as appropriate to form a judgment upon on the basis of the evidence presented. Yes?
Yes.
Is there any reference within the NPPF that indicates that the approach to determining the interpretation of 99A is in some way abridged or has to be read in the form that Sport England have written it out?
I think there would have to be an assessment has been undertaken, so there would have to be clear evidence of that assessment being undertaken.
Yeah, but not a Sport England one. Would you agree?
I don't understand the question.
The Sport England document in ANOG, or indeed what the officer put in his consultation response, there is no reference to that being endorsed by the Secretary of State, is there?
No, as I said, ANOG was Sport England, and in fact as set out in ANOG, ANOG is Sport England's response to the MPPF was para 74, now 99, i.e. how to undertake MPPF compliant assessments.
Yeah.
So it's not explicit, but it's
On respect of paragraph C, the development is for alternative sports and recreational provision, the benefits of which clearly outweigh the loss of the current or former use. This appeal involves alternative sports and recreational provision to that which was contained at Brandon Stadium. Would you agree?
No, not the whole development. There is an element of alternative sport and recreation provision, but the development is the residential development.
Yeah. Is there anything in 99C that says it has to be solely for alternative sports and recreational provision?
Well, it says the development is for alternative sport and recreation provision, and the development is not for alternative sports and recreation provision, it's for a residential development.
So does that mean if you have more than one form of development which is being promoted, which may have a relevance for the consideration and application of paragraph 99, you can only deal with it in terms of that component related to the alternative sports provision? You have to hive that bit off. Is that what you're telling the inspector?
That's the interpretation I'm suggesting, and certainly that's the interpretation that was the view of Sport England.
Yeah. Again, as the Secretary of State, is there anything you can point us to where the Secretary of State has adopted that approach to interpretation of paragraph 99C?
I can't point to anything from the Secretary of State now.
Because it would involve having to either read down or interpolate new wording to make clear that it had to be exclusively for alternative sports and recreational provision, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's
right.
No.
Have you ever had to interpret a policy for the purposes of applying that lawfully, Mr. Allen?
Yes, we have interpreted that policy on other schemes.
Yep. And has it ever been subject of legal scrutiny?
No.
No. Now, you also talked about the Woolston Leisure Centre. That has a 3G pitch that I'm advised is 65 metres by 35 metres.
Yes, it's not a full-size pitch. That's
Yeah.
correct.
What's proposed on the appeal site is a full-size pitch.
That's correct.
They're two rather different things, aren't they?
They're different in size. They do have lots of similar functions, but also different functions.
Yeah. You couldn't play a full-sized pitch game on it.
You couldn't play a full-size pitch game, no. You could play 7-a-sides, potentially 9-a-side, 5-a-side, 3-a-side, which is a large element of the proposed Brandon programme.
Have you assessed the relative comparative need and the likelihood of difficulty in the event that the Brandon 3G pitch came along, and what would be the nature of those people who would be availing themselves of the Brandon facility at the expense of the Woolston Leisure Centre facility?
No.
So once again, you have no assessment that you can assist the inspector to justify any view as to the propensity of any teams to move. Would you agree?
Yes.
You've talked about other facilities in terms of sponsorship and TV exposure. Can you assist us as to what would be the evaluation of that sponsorship and TV exposure?
No, I can't.
You told us about Oxford, and we've explored that to a degree. Have you been to the Oxford?
No, I haven't.
Do you have any knowledge as to what the condition of Oxford was during the time after it closed 15 years ago and leading up to its ultimate reopening?
No.
In the absence of knowing those matters, it's rather difficult to know what the parallel is between Oxford and this site in terms of the likelihood, for a variety of reasons, of being able to reopen Brandon. That would be right, wouldn't it?
Certainly, from my perspective, but I think, as said in the proof, we weren't focusing on viability. So,
well, this question of you can't pick and choose in respect of this point. If you're going to say Oxford is a template and that can be followed and that the inspector should take cognizance of that view to follow it, then there needs to be something within it which is fairly capable of being followed. Would you agree?
I would agree. It should have referenced Oxford appears to be a template, given the similarities in terms of length of closure and the way it was apparently reopened.
But you have no knowledge of the site. You don't know its condition, extent to which it had been vandalised, its physical condition, cost of works to bring that back into use for Speedway.
No, that's correct.
Yeah. So it's rather difficult to say that there's a distinct parallel between that case and this. Would you agree?
No, I think the parallel is in it was a closed facility that reopened through lots of voluntary endeavours.
Just stress this on this particular point. You have no evidence before us here to say that the two sites are comparable. I'll use that word instead of parallel. In terms of the base position, you have no evidence to put before me
No,
this
correct.
inquiry about how comparable they are in terms of what was needed, what the costs are. You've nothing to demonstrate that point.
Correct, Mark. No.
Yeah.
Amen. Now, so far as your evidence is concerned, so far as where else in the Midlands there is a track which is, as I understand it, not subject to suggestion of any threat to it at Leicester. Is that correct?
Correct.
Leicester remains open?
Correct.
And indeed, the Coventry Bees were given the opportunity to move to Leicester
That's correct.
and were financially supported to do so.
There was some financial support, I believe.
Yep. Are you able to assist the inquiry as to why that did not prove successful?
I mean, that was a recollection from the 2019 work. And in discussion with SCS, I wouldn't like to, I would defer.
Well, so there's a difficulty with this. Are you advancing your own case, or just every time I ask you a difficult question, you say it's a matter for SCS? Because you've actually referred to Leicester, even in your evidence in chief, didn't you?
Yes, I think kind of rereading, I think there are issues of programming and availability. I think there are issues of support and the fan base, and there are issues of finance. But yes, in terms of the detail of that.
Joanne, you used the phrase think there, so you have no actual evidence of what the reasons were why it didn't prove to be successful. It's just your personal opinion and assessment, is that right? That
was discussions that came through in the 2019 independent appraisal in terms of that. Was there availability to move to Leicester and why that didn't work, and those discussions and that evidence was put forward when I was assessing both sides of the evidence with SCS. I'm just saying, Ma'am, that I can't recall exactly the reasons why that failed.
There's no reason why two teams cannot operate at the same track, is there?
I think it depends what else is happening at that track in terms of the overall event programme at that track.
Forgive me, you're the person who's advancing their expertise on this. Is there any reason why you can't have more than one team operating out of the same track?
Not in theory, no.
Is it a question of just not in theory, or practically have they done so, as evidently they did for a while at Leicester, among other places, doubtless?
They did for a while at Leicester. It worked for a while, yes.
Yeah. If there was essentially a supported, and by that I mean supported in its widest sense, financially and otherwise, need for the club, Coventry Bees, to continue on, then there was an opportunity for that to be provided. Yes?
That was explored at the time, yes.
Yeah. And I think your 2019 CD 15.1.2 accepts on page 6 that there are no recognised catchments for motorsports facilities.
That's correct.
And that Leicester is only some 20 miles away.
Yes.
There's no accessibility standards, no accessibility catchment as such for this. So there's no reason why, if there was a thriving, capable team, why that team could not have operated out of the Leicester Stadium. Would you agree?
Sorry, I'm just rereading in detail the 29 evidence.
There's no reason why that should not have been successful and effective, is there? You have a fan base, it's only 20 miles away, you agree that there are no accessibility standards, there are no accessibility catchment areas, albeit 20 miles away would appear to be well within any realistic travel distance for the purposes of motorsport. So where was the problem if it were not on the basis that, for whatever reason, there were insufficient fans who wished to follow Coventry Bees?
It was tried, it didn't work.
Yeah. But all of those features were features that would provide a method or means for it working. There was a stadium only 20 miles away, in circumstances where there are no accessibility standards. In those circumstances, particularly given that there would be, among other things, some element of cost sharing, because it's one stadium and two teams, or sets of teams, there's no reason why that should not have been effective and successful, is there?
Well, I think the suggestion is, and was made at the time, that as Leicester had two teams, it reduced the availability of use of the track So I think there was a capacity issue, there was an availability issue, seemingly.
Well, that's suggested. Is there any evidence that effectively the track wasn't available?
The evidence was from the consultation with SCS at the time of the independent review.
Now we're at a statutory public inquiry. What's the evidence to indicate that the track wasn't available? Is there any?
No.
Because had that evidence been available, it's anticipated that would have appeared within your independent review, wouldn't it?
Correct. As I say, the evidence was from consultation and discussion with the interested parties in undertaking the independent review.
Thank you. Did you go and visit the stadium in 2019?
Yes.
Did you go and visit the stadium more recently, including on Tuesday of this week?
No, I didn't go on Tuesday. I went 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Right. Has the quality of the stadium remained unchanged since 2019?
I have no evidence to suggest otherwise.
You do. It's in Appendix 3 of Mr. Hooper's evidence. That was exchanged with all parties 1 month ago, and indeed there was previous material with regard to the condition of the property. So you have that evidence, but you've not availed yourself of it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. I'm going to put to you that the condition and quality of the stadium has not remained unchanged since 2019. Would you agree?
Yes.
It has not only deteriorated, but materially deteriorated. Would you agree?
It's in a worse condition. I don't materially. I don't.
You've told us in your evidence that there are other tracks which have closed. This is your paragraph 413, which have closed or threatened with closure. Can you assist the inspector as to the reasons why any of those sites have closed, in fact?
Well, we heard about Wolverhampton yesterday from the promoter.
Who was unable to tell us why he'd been given notice to quit.
Well, I think he
He specifically said that. You're welcome to go and have a look at the record if you want to.
He was quite clear it was not to do with the viability of Speedway. I think. I don't know why they were given notice to quit. The suggestion is, and from Mr. Morris is in his evidence, that the closures, are kind of led by development as opposed to in the viability of Speedway.
Did either of those witnesses, Mr. Van Streeten or Mr. Morris, provide any enumerated, evaluated evidence as to what the position was in terms of viability and what either or both of the sites they were referring to who had closed, as to the reasons why?
No.
No. And you already told us you're unable to assist us either. Have you undertaken any demand assessment at any of the 3 sites, Wolverhampton, Leicester, Birmingham?
No.
Now, it's fair to observe, just returning to the issue of Leicester, at your 416, you tell us that Leicester is within a reasonable catchment for Speedway.
Yes.
From that presumably is an area with sufficient number of population and perhaps also a background where you would expect them to actually wish to follow Speedway. Would that be fair?
At Leicester?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Now, you're unable to assist us with questions on either demand or viability. That's correct?
Sorry, I missed the beginning, sorry.
Yeah. You are unable to assist the inspector on matters of either demand or viability in respect of any of the 3 tracks, Wolverhampton, Leicester or Birmingham. That's correct?
Yes.
In which case, in those circumstances, your paragraph 417 is unsupported, isn't it?
It's come from consultation evidence of governing body representatives such as Mr Morris and others.
Yeah, I recognise people can say these things. I asked Mr Morris a number of questions yesterday, not a large number, but what I did ask him was where he was able to help me in terms of numbers, and he was unable to help me.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I just mark up? I may have... my recollection of Mr Morris yesterday, when it was said today, was any evaluated evidence in respect of viability given by Mr Morris or by Mr Van Straten. Just staying with Mr Morris, no question was put to Mr Morris by my learned friend on this to say, have you any evidence as to the reasons why this closed, and have you any evidence yourself about viability? Mr Morris Mr Morris is not my witness, but he did give evidence as to what he saw as a chief executive officer, that he saw profit and loss, as I recall. It may not be a huge matter in significance, but if I don't pick it up, it might get lost inadvertently.
The point is, in respect of this, is I sought to obtain from Mr Morris whether there are any numbers that we could look at, and Mr Morris was not able to give us numbers, and twice we had a confidentiality aspect. It's not a criticism of Mr Morris in terms of the position that he is in seeking to give his evidence, but it's seeking to rely or pray in aid on evidence which is not quantified.
I take the point, and Mr Morris was very open that certain figures he couldn't provide because of confidentiality issues. So yes, they are not before us at this inquiry. Yeah.
It's not. I say it's not a matter where I'm seeking to criticise Mr Morris. He was very clear as to his rationale. But when it comes to you, Mr Allen, there is nothing that you've seen that can indicate that whatever Mr Morris may have said is correct.
No, that's correct.
So you don't know whether it's for viability reasons or otherwise. That's correct, isn't it?
Other than, through consultation with the governing bodies and discussions, yes.
Yeah. Well, essentially, consultations and discussions and whatever else does have to come down to, for the purposes of the inspector understanding this, as to whether or not there's any numerical basis for it. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes, that's fair.
Yeah, because it has to be an evidence-based exercise. Okay. So far as the number of... Before I move on to that, your paragraph 420 Coventry Stadium was and is a high quality and significant provision. Given what you told us and you recorded in your 2019 assessment, and which you have told us today, do you maintain that Coventry Stadium is a high quality and significant provision?
In its current form, no, but in terms of its heritage value and what the stadium was, then yes.
Right. Prior to your 2019 report and visit, did you visit Coventry Stadium?
Yes, yes.
For what purpose?
As part of the independent
Yeah,
study.
other than for the independent review and for the purposes of this exercise, have you previously visited Coventry Stadium?
No.
No. So with regard to whatever may have been the position at any stage prior to that, you have no knowledge of that?
Other than in undertaking the independent review, there was lots of evidence put forward about the history of the site, the events, the spectators, the status, etc., that was reviewed as part of that independent review.
Okay, we don't have any of that material before us, do we? Is that correct?
No, I think there is that material available, supplied probably by SCS at the time and potentially through Rule 6, but yes, I'd have to look at the core document list to kind of point that out.
Now, so far as the club's operating now, can I ask you to go to CD 3.2, the Speedway Viability Review of April of this year?
Yep. Sorry, I have it. It's a key document.
Looking to go to table 4.2.
Yep.
Which is page 12 on the hard copy, page 14
yes.
on the PDF.
Yes, got it. Thank you.
Now that shows the number of Speedway teams competing in BSPA leagues between the Premiership, Championship and National Development League from years 2005 through to 2023. Mm-hmm. Is that an accurate and correct recitation of numbers?
It looks reasonably accurate. I'm just probably... yes.
After, I think the position, because there was no National Development League in 2005, so consequently it went from 25 teams to 43. If not every year since then, the trend to present is clearly down, isn't it?
It's up from 21 to 22, but...
yeah, okay. It's bobbed around. I'm not going to get excited between one year and another. We'll come to what the position is in terms of what some of those new clubs are. But broadly, if one was to draw any form of statistically relevant line, it's a downward trend. Would you agree?
Well, from 2005 to over 20 years, it's reduced by one club. I think other references to the sports...
Start on... Right, if you're going to be obtuse, Mr. Allen, I'm afraid that is, because I've already caveated that particular question. Okay. Have a look at 2006, if you would.
Well, but I think that's an anomalous year, isn't it? If you look, I would suggest, without being obtuse, that will appear to be quite an anomaly.
Well, we start in 2005 with 10 Premiership teams, a low point in 2021 and 22 of 6, but otherwise down to 7. Yes?
Well, yes, that's... Yes.
As far as the Championship was concerned, again 2005 down to 2023, gone from 15 to 9. Yes?
Yes, sorry, I didn't think we were starting there.
2006 to 2023, so far as the National Development League, 18 to 8.
Correct.
Those are all downward trends, aren't they?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Does that, so far as you're concerned, indicate a stable position?
Well, I think it does. I think if you take the last 5 years from 2019 to 2024 and look at the totals, I think that's pretty stable. Having gone through COVID during that period, I think it's extremely stable, yes.
You're unable to assist us with what the either viewing figures are or the attendance at any Speedway event. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Coventry Bees, they're not currently competing or functioning. Do you agree?
Yes. Competing, functioning, I think certainly we heard they keep the spectator base, they have kind of meetings. So yes, not competing, but they still have a functioning supporter base.
Well, they may have a functioning supporter base, but as a participating team, they're not functioning.
Correct.
Yeah. Has there been any feasibility or developed business plan for how Coventry Bees might be said to be able to come back at a professional level?
My understanding is that is being developed by the Rule 6 party, and I'm sure they will take you through it. It's not an area that we've had involvement in, the council have had involvement in. They have had the presentation, the chief exec and the members some time ago, but other than that, no, I have no detailed knowledge of where those plans are.
As we sit here today, is there a feasibility or developed business plan that the inspector can look at?
It wouldn't be an area of my... I don't know, is the answer.
And you think it's nothing to do with you anyway, is that right?
It's not for the council to develop that business plan or feasibility
I didn't ask you that.
And certainly, well, I was not commissioned to undertake that work or do that work as part of any.
427, can you assist me? What is it you're trying to say in respect to paragraph 427?
I think it was as a rebuttal to the statements made in the Speedway viability appraisal.
Right. So what I still understand is, what does it mean?
Well, I think I think Swindon is, I think as described by Mr. Morris, quite a confusing situation in terms of the closure of the track and the reasons for the closure of the track and the potential for the replacement of that track. I think I guess I was commenting on the viability appraisal, suggesting that was down to viability, it being no longer viable, no longer required, and the suggestion is, it was probably a more complex situation than that, and indeed also reflecting on, the potential to replace that track and questioning how that sits in the context of the kind of viability argument. So yes, it was, trying to make sense of that fog, but perhaps fogging it some more.
Right. Have you been to the Swindon track?
No.
And what documentation have you seen in respect of Swindon?
I saw the all the material supplied in terms of the proposals I guess the vision document, for want of a better word, for the new track.
Right, so that's what you've seen. Because what I don't understand is what the reverse engineered and little by way of legitimacy.
Yeah, I think those were comments again from discussions and meetings with the governing body, Mr. Morris, Mr. Thatcher.
Yeah. See, the thing is, if you're going to give expert evidence at statutory public inquiry, it has to be your evidence, and it has to be in some way capable of being stood up. Otherwise, than I've actually had a chat with someone somewhere, and they may have said something like that. Because at the moment, you've not actually got any evidence at all in order to really express any view about Swindon, have you?
No.
Should we put a line through your 427?
Fine.
Okay. Arena Essex, I'm not going to spend, I think, a large amount of time on this, but Arena Essex, that was a proposal for the closure of a stadium there.
That's correct.
Yeah, and you were involved in that, in providing, as I understand it, the report.
Yes, that's correct.
That the venue is not a viable operation due to declining interest in Speedway.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yes. Okay.
Yeah. Now, you told us that that's still yet to be the subject of any determination.
Yep, that's correct.
And you also tell us something about Thurrock. Now, Thurrock haven't suggested that they're going to put forward any financial support for that stadium, have they?
Not financial support, I don't think, but they've certainly, there is commitment from the council, a resolution by the council to look to either support the retention or of that stadium.
Yeah. Not to put too fine a point on it, Thurrock is an authority which actually lost, it's a tough gig to follow, in fact, even prior to it, but they actually lost more money than Birmingham. £1.3 billion, albeit they did theirs at the roulette table of various other speculations, rather than being on the receiving end of a Supreme Court judgment on equal pay. They're in no position, are they, to be able to provide any material means of support for anything like that. Would you agree?
I can't comment on the workings of Thurrock Council, I'm sorry.
Now, 431, I think we've already been there so far, but as I understand it, your key precedent is Oxford. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've already told us that there's nothing that you can do to assist us with any relevant information in respect of Oxford. Correct?
Other than the evidence provided by,
by others. I think we should put a line through 431 as well, shouldn't we?
Oh, I think there is, yes, well, the evidence is,
How can we have a key precedent which you aren't able to stand up?
You may take a line through the key precedent, but I think Oxford is,
Well, all we know is that there is an Oxford. That's all we know about it from you, yeah?
We know it's a stadium that's reopened
After
having
15
been closed
years.
15
yeah,
years.
Got that.
And successfully, yes.
And we don't know how many people are going there, what they had to do, what condition it was in, and you haven't been there, yes?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, we're told obviously about both Workington and Oxford, which are two clubs that have started, but it is fair to observe that 8 have gone. That's correct, is it not?
Yes, there's been a loss of clubs as well over that period, yes.
Being 8 of them.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So far as positive indicators are concerned, and for this understanding numerically based indicators, what numerically based indicators in respect of whether it's viability, cost, support, attendance, revenues from broadcast, streaming, linear, or other rights, can you assist us with in order to understand that there is something positive which you tell us about in 433? We actually haven't got anything, have we?
Well, we've got the evidence set out in 426. So we've got the evidence set out in 422.
Well, we know that, okay, we've got some top riders in the world who are racing here.
We've got TV deals, both terrestrial and we've got we've got Phil Morris, the chief executive, bought to grow the leagues. We've got new clubs, Oxford, Workington coming on board. We've got stable trends of, the last 5 years through COVID, 26 to 24 clubs. We've got, TV coverage. It's a pretty good, stable base, I think.
We don't know how much that TV coverage actually provides, do we, in terms of money?
No, again, Mr. Morris answered that in terms of confidentiality issues, and he would be the person to evidence that.
Yeah. So there's nothing to indicate that provides a forward basis, an improving basis. Would you agree?
It provides a profile for the sport, and I think if you look at all sports and their growth and their development, I think TV profile is important. I think terrestrial is important as well as other platforms. You hear people talking about cricket and the importance of having a broadcasting and and the protected rights for TV programs. So it's very positive that Speedway has that profile.
Yeah, we don't know how many viewers by any of those particular platforms, do we?
No, again, no.
And Speedway is not a protected sport?
No, it's not.
From anything that you've read with regard to Oxford, are you aware whether or not there is any greyhound racing that takes place there?
I'm not aware, no, sorry.
No, okay. No, I'm not going to ask about what you don't know, that's fine. So far as any of the national governing bodies are concerned, is there any form of national regional facilities strategy or needs analysis that's been developed by them that you're aware of?
No. No, not that I'm aware of, no.
As far as Workington Oxford, they are both effectively in their first or perhaps moving into their second year.
I think Workington's probably second or third, but yes, they're
5.3, potential partners interested in the purchase of the stadium. Is there anything that you can assist us in respect of their capability?
No, again, that was through consultation with the governing body, and I would defer to others' evidence on that.
You tell us that viability is not part of the assessment of need in 5.1. Is there anything within any policy document that indicates viability is to be discounted as a factor for the purposes of the assessment of need?
It doesn't feature as a factor.
No. Is it a factor that indicates that for the purposes of establishing whether there's a need, whether or not that which is proposed would be viable? I might say I need a Rolls-Royce or a private jet, but that does not mean that that's going to be viable.
There were no references to viability. No.
Right. Is there anything that indicates it is to be excluded?
No, as they are not with... Yeah, it doesn't list exclusions, no.
Do you know anything regarding Manchester?
I live near Manchester. No, not in terms of the detailed operation of the facility, no.
Right. Because your 513 basically says that that model is not applicable to Coventry. If you don't know about it, you can't really say that, can you?
I'm aware of the scale of the facility and the kind of multi-use of the facility and, yeah, the ambition of the facility. And the paragraph there was referring to, you know, in the initial phases of a phased opening, that kind of operation is not what's proposed initially at Brandon, and as a way of bringing Speedway back to the site.
Have you been to the Manchester?
That's what... Have I...
Speedway?
No.
What we are told is that that was a high-quality facility, and that is still, in effect, being dependent upon external financial support rather than self-generating revenues. Would that be correct?
I refer to my previous answer in terms of,
You don't know. If we don't, then really 513 should have a line through it, shouldn't it?
No, I think the Manchester model, in terms of the kind of facility provision and the multi-sport model, and that's the model I was referring to.
Okay. You've told us about Oxford in 514, Oxford, Workington and Bradford models. Is Bradford operating and competing in any of the three British Speedway leagues?
No, sorry, Bradford is a stock car facility solely.
So that I'm clear, Mr. Allen, then your 514, you say Oxford, Workington and Bradford represent the models which will be replicated at Coventry. You're saying there Bradford is stock car.
Correct.
So Oxford and Workington, they are both Speedway and stock car, is that what you're saying?
No, Workington's just Speedway, I believe, and Oxford, I think, is just Speedway. But, yeah. Right,
so the replication is only in relation to Speedway, not stock car?
Yes, I think the models are the kind of, you know, modest reopening to allow the sports to function. Wow.
Okay, but they're not. But in that sense, they're not comparable models, are they? If Oxford and Workington have Speedway only, then they're not comparable to what's been proposed at Coventry, are they?
In terms of, you know, the proposals for the kind of reopening and having sports, but no, they're not identical like for like, as you pointed out. Yeah, they don't have stocks as well, but
yeah. As far as 3G pitch is concerned, we've had a look at the policy basis a little earlier. Thank you for your assistance on that. So far as Mr. Eady is concerned, if you've got his copy of his proof of evidence available to you.
His proof of evidence?
His proof of evidence.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Which is CD 16.3.4, and I think I've actually, hopefully, got it right this time.
Oops. Sorry, I didn't have it.
I'll take that as a tick. If I ask you to have... Sorry, do you have that available?
Yeah, I have, sorry. Yeah.
2.7, please.
Yep.
That cites the Football Foundation, which anticipates that a full-sized 3G pitch caters for an average of 1,200 participants per week. Is that a fair analysis assessment of what you would expect?
Of an, yeah, good to average 3G, yes.
Yeah. And assuming, what, 40, 50 weeks a year?
Yeah, kind of, yes. Off-peak tends to be summer, so over those summer months, yeah.
So in broad terms, one's going to be north of 50,000 visits a year, physical activity visits.
Yes, for a good, functioning, 3G pitch.
And there's no reason why this shouldn't be a good functioning 3G pitch, is there?
Yes, I think there is. I think there are concerns about its location and,
I'm going to come back to that, but as far as physically, it will be a good quality pitch, yes? There's no reason why it shouldn't be a good physical quality pitch?
I don't think we've seen the detail of the specifications yet.
That's why I asked you that. Is there any reason why you think it shouldn't be?
Is there any reason why it shouldn't be?
Starting from scratch, we'll need to get approval. We know that they're looking at sky blues in the community, other potential people to utilise it. Is there any reason why it won't be a decent 3G pitch?
No.
No. Has anyone objected to it in terms of anyone who is a sports-related consultee? Football Foundation, Sport England, Rugby Borough Council. Is there an objection?
Well, we had the objection from Wilson Leisure Centre yesterday, so...
Yeah, well, that's the first time I've heard that one. And we hear what they have to say. Theirs wasn't on the basis that there was anything wrong with what it was going to cover.
No, well, there hasn't been objection, but certainly there hasn't been support from those bodies.
There is a need, and it's rather parsimoniously referenced in your evidence and the position of the council. There is a need for at least one, and indeed Mr. Eadie's evidence is that there's a need for 2 3/4, or sorry, is it 2 1/2?
2 1/4.
2 1/4. 2 1/4 3G pitches. And he's done that on the basis of his own evaluative study, hasn't he?
No, correct, yes.
Is there any alternative evaluative study to put alongside it in order to say, no, that's wrong?
No, not in terms of the need, no.
So, for the purposes of the inspector's analysis, there is an evidence-based need for 2 1/4 3G pitches in rugby.
There's an evidence-based need for one pitch, which is the 2015 playing pitch strategy. The 2.25 is not an evidence-based need. It's a calculation that KKP have done.
It's not simply a calculation. They've actually gone out and they themselves have spoken to relevant potential participants, haven't they?
Yes, and that's sort of informed the playing pitch strategy calculation, which comes to that figure. But that's not the evidence-based need, which is for one.
Well, no, that's an historic evidence-based need.
Oh.
That's the reason why Mr. Eadie and KKP have carried out the exercise for themselves. And no one else has said that's wrong, have they?
But that's not gone anywhere wider than, so it's not been tested. So the current evidence-based need is...
It's being tested here. Have you got an alternative evidence base in order to say that what Mr. Eadie has come up with is incorrect and is a lower figure?
No.
has anyone else carried out a similar exercise to that which Mr. Eadie has undertaken in order to say the figure should be a lower figure?
No.
Why is Mr. Eadie's assessment one which is impermissible to follow?
It's not the council's current evidence-based need which states the need for one.
If there is an existing exercise ongoing, if the council thinks that that's wrong, they can provide that to the inquiry, can't they? Yes?
Yes.
We've not seen anything alternative put to the inquiry, have we?
No.
We know that there is a significant need in Coventry as well. Yes?
There's a need. I wouldn't say it's significant, no.
Well, for those who currently may wish to have avail themselves of a 3G pitch, they may take a different view, but I hear what you have to say. But that's recorded in Mr. Eadie's 3.1 feasibility study, isn't it? CD 3.1.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Do you take any issue with any of those numbers?
No, I'm taking issue with the 2.25 is not, an agreed evidence base or an evidence base that's yet been tested or gone through scrutiny.
Well, no, forgive me, it is here. It's a statutory public inquiry. Mr. Eadie has set this out, put it down. If someone thinks it's wrong, and that there's an evidence base to show that it's wrong, then it's capable of being alternatively bettered. But I think we agreed a little while ago this is an evidence-based process. Mm-hmm. Is there any better evidence than that which he has set out? More up-to-date, better evidence that has looked at these matters?
No.
Mr. Eadie is entitled, in those circumstances, is he not, to have his evidence accepted? Isn't it? Isn't he?
Yes, in terms of the need.
Yeah. So from that point of view, there is a need of that scale within Rugby and within Coventry as well. We know that we're near to Coventry. Mm-hmm. Indeed, Coventry provides not only for an existing need, but also for an assessed future need, doesn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And the existing training need is 2 full pitches, and that going forward in terms of shortfall is 3.75. Yes?
Yes, that's, yeah.
No debate about those.
That's in their published playing pitch strategy, yes.
Yeah. So from that point of view, what we have is that level of need, and we don't have anything which indicates that someone says, having evaluated this site is the wrong location, and it should be objected to on the basis it's the wrong location. No one has done that, have they?
Well, we have the consultation comments from partners put forward as evidence.
Let's have a look at your partners. None of them have said, do not provide it here, have they?
They've said that this site is not a priority site for 3G provision.
And upon what basis do they say it's not a priority site? They've not put forward any assessment on the basis of the form that Mr. Eadie has carried out, have they?
They've been fully involved in playing pitch strategy processes in both Coventry and Rugby, so yeah, they've been...
The answer to my question? They haven't carried out an exercise of their own, have they? There are ongoing discussions as we speak between all those bodies about what the priority sites are. Is there an identified priority site in Rugby?
Well, yes, the various councils, Rugby are certainly looking at Warwickshire College, Houghton School, St Gabriel's as potential sites, but again, very early in the process for them, given their new PPS is not yet available and ready. Coventry having similar discussions, starting those with the Football Foundation and FA, but in all of those discussions, the Brandon site is not included and is being discounted in discussions.
There's a lot of discussions going on, precious little delivery. In fact, zip. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Allen?
Well, I think it's early. Both these playing pitch strategies, the Coventry one is new and implementation follows. Rugby's will be looked and starting to be implemented, once the evidence base has gone through the internal processes. So it's still early, but that implementation will follow fairly swiftly over the next few months.
Well, where's the basis for that?
Well, the basis is for the discussions that I've had with the FA, the Football Foundation, to kind of understand that process that I'm trying to explain.
Yeah. Show me on any of the consultation responses where there's anything amounting to an objection in any of them.
Yeah, there's no objection.
No.
There's just no priority or no interest in the site as a strategic site.
Well, how do you have a strategic 3G? You need to actually provide 3G pitches. Is there a tier of strategic 3G pitch provision? If I look in the Coventry PPS, will I find strategic 3G pitch provision being in there?
I think a strategic pitch would be one that would be supported by all the partners.
That's a plebiscite.
Okay.
It is, isn't it? Pure and simple.
I genuinely, I'm not being, I don't understand.
That's just a, we've talked about, and this is what we think. That's just what it amounts to, rather than actually necessarily an evidence-based exercise of the variety that Mr. Eadie's undertaken. Yes?
Okay, but these are, responsible people charged with having those discussions and making those conclusions.
Yeah. Which document, it's set out in your paragraph 6.9, where is there an exercise for the identification of strategic sites? This is the second bullet point from Mr. Bahi from Sport England. Which document do we look at?
There is no document.
No. So effectively, he's tilting at a point which doesn't exist.
Well, I think he's a very experienced
that may be
planning manager who's been fully involved in the development of both Rugby and Coventry playing pitch strategies, so he makes that comment on that basis.
Yeah. But without any documented exercise to refer to. So far as Mr. Kittendorf and Mr. Allen are concerned, they simply say it would tick the box in respect to the statistical need for one pitch. They don't appear to have engaged themselves in the process of looking at what Mr. Eadie has done in terms of his assessment, do they? An identification of rather a bigger need than that, in any event.
No, I mean, they know the site, they know the area, they know rugby, they understand the needs, they work with clubs daily, they've been fully involved within the playing pitch strategy development. So, I think their conclusions are well-rounded and well-formed, and, there have been discussions about the Brandon site and its prioritisation, and it's, not emerging in any action plans or priority lists, and that's what Raj, Tom, Jonathan, etc. are reflecting here.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any priority lists, have we?
No, other than, those listed here.
Okay, well that's their assessment of those matters, but those haven't appeared in any documented form, have they? Indicating why those have been prioritised.
No, it's too early for that, but they will be in the action plan for the playing pitch strategy when published, and those will be the sites that will come forward, and certainly not Brandon's site.
Okay, is there a need for 3G pitches to be linked to grass pitches?
I mean, that normally forms a good model in terms of that mix, in terms of creating that kind of football hub, rather than a single pitch site of any sort, be it a grass pitch or a 3G pitch.
Forgive me, that wasn't the question I asked. Is there anything to prevent doing that? Is that something which never happens, 3G pitches?
Not never happens, but rarely. It would be resisted. There'd be concerns about sustainability of that Standalone pitch.
So why would it be resisted? You say use the word resisted there.
Well, it wouldn't be a priority to kind of put a pitch in isolation without any infrastructure around it, without any, you know, I mean, the main siting of 3G pitches of AGPs is on school sites, for example. So you get that daytime use, you get that after-school use, you get club use in the evenings and weekends. So it maximises the use and sustainability. There's also, you know, the multi-sport models where you're getting multiple 3G pitches. Sport England FA's Park Life scheme promoted that. And then the kind of football hub concept where you're getting 3Gs with grass pitch provision. So you're with a club base there, again, for sustainability. So there is always a concern, hence the word resistance, or a concern, that comes back to all the FA comments and the comments from the council office, is that, you know, a standalone pitch would have more concerns about sustainability because it is standalone. You know, there isn't that, you know, cross-referencing that guaranteed daytime use through schools, and there isn't that multi-sport element as well. This is a big thing with the current governing bodies. So trying to get football and rugby use by putting shock pads on just to ensure that sustainability. So, you know, a standalone isolated pitch in a location like Brandon, where there isn't a large population, it's not the urban area, we're shipping a lot of teams in from Coventry, etc. There are concerns about, you know, the delivery of that programme of use and the sustainability, and that's reflected in a lot of the KKP work, that, you know, what happens when those other strategic pitches come on board. Well, people that may have used Brandon initially may move, and the sustainability of Brandon may be impacted. So that's the concern of a standalone pitch, really. It's just isolated, really.
As far as the KKP work, all they've done is they have sensitivity tested it, haven't they? They haven't left that out of account. They've tested it. And you've taken something which constitutes quite prudent element of testing to understand whether or not this is a good proposal and say, oh, that constitutes a concern. It doesn't constitute a concern, it constitutes a test in order to ascertain whether or not the proposal is one which is sensibly viable. Yes?
Well, the test came up with a concern. Now, that was all I was reflecting.
Okay. Grass pitches. If you're playing on a 3G pitch, you're not going to be playing on a grass pitch at the same time, are you?
No, not at the same time, but you would have a club base there that would play on both, you know, the grass pitches and the 3G pitch.
Why does it matter from that point of view? You will have people who will be playing on that pitch, who will attend. They may well be sequentially using it with other members, either from their own team or from another team, for dealing with it, for playing on it. What's the issue?
But it's
Why does having a grass pitch nearby elevate the prospects of the propensity to be using the 3G pitch? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Well, because what that brings in is the whole kind of club home base model. You know, a club would be based there, then using both the 3G and the grass pitches, and that would, you know, help to support the sustainability of the whole site. You know, it's looking for anchor clubs for these sites, and again, we don't have an anchor club for the Brandon site. We have lots of clubs that say they would use it. Yes, they would. They probably would. You know, use it and they will come, but they will use other pitches when they come on stream that are probably closer to them. So,
have you talked to any of the clubs who've been contacted?
No, we haven't.
No.
Sorry, can you point to any 3G pitch that isn't anchored by a club which is successful?
No. Sorry, Ma'am, not off the top of my head, no.
No evidence suggests that they aren't successful.
They aren't, but they're, you know, but they're not the norm. Maybe on a school site, because you get that daytime use, and then the school would hire
That's
it
what
out.
I was thinking of, was school sites in particular.
School
they may well
sites,
have a 3G pitch used by the school and maybe community groups, but not necessarily club-based.
Yeah, but again, a lot of the school pitches now, because the clubs are getting so large, you know, they give out sort of usage leases to kind of clubs that take about 4 or 5 training nights a week. You know, it's easy for them in terms of management. It guarantees them that income as well. So, yeah.
You have not identified circumstances where a pitch like this has ceased to be used, a full-size modern pitch of the variety proposed, and where at the moment there is a proposal for a pavilion to go with it. You haven't actually given us a case study of where these have failed, have you?
No.
No. And if that was something which was a real risk, a prevalence, there would be case studies available to you, wouldn't there?
No, I don't think so particularly. I don't
Right.
think.
So from that point of view, you can't actually provide us with an example of where these concerns have manifested themselves. Is that correct?
No, but it's kind of I guess good practice, and if you look at the type of facilities and the type of conditions the FA through the foundation would look to fund. I guess that's what drives it. So yes, they're never developed for the good practice to fail.
Well, the short point is you've got absolutely no evidence at all in order to indicate that there is a realistic concern that this particular pitch, if built in the way that's proposed, would fail. Have you?
Well, there's the evidence of the review of the
Forgive me, I'm
business
asking
plan.
you. There is nothing.
Yes, I'm trying to answer. If you look in 6.11, there were concerns about the business plan in terms of some of the detail appraisal, in terms of questions around the programme of use and its reliance on small-sided games and what the market's like. We think there are some costs missing in terms of sinking funds for pavilions, etc., and concerns about when other pitches come online. So yes, I think we've tried to detail our concerns in para 6.11.
Okay, detailed those concerns. There is no instance that you've been able to identify to us or to the inspector where any such proposal has failed. Correct?
Failed 3G pitches. Well, there's very underused pitches that are white elephants, but I guess they wouldn't close. No.
Nor have you identified underused white elephants, have you?
No.
No. We do know that Sky Blues in the community are interested in a proposed operator here, aren't they?
Yes, they're interested.
Yeah. Is there any reason why they wouldn't be a good operator of this facility?
No.
So far as people like Birmingham County Football Association or Football Foundation, has the Football Foundation got any active projects in development in rugby?
No, as I think I said, though, I mean, certainly in rugby they're not as advanced, but in Coventry they are now, because their PPS, their new PPS is playing pitch strategy. Sorry, is established. Those discussions are now beginning between Coventry City Council, the Football Foundation, and the FA.
Because they don't have any active 3J projects in development in Coventry either, do they?
Not active as we speak, no, but certainly I think those will come on stream, very quickly.
Well, yeah, this it's always tomorrow. Heard that. Concerns about Friday nights, minor point, but it's possibly not unusual for football clubs to have a difficulty getting their players out playing, training on a Friday night. Would you agree?
It's not the most popular spot on a 3G booking week, no.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of other clubs that may come along, there's nothing to indicate that other clubs wouldn't come along in order to use it in the magnitude identified by Mr. Eady. Would you agree?
Yes, would agree.
Yeah, thank you. Second bullet point is on the top of page 23 of your evidence, still within 611.
Yep.
You raise a question, perhaps rhetorical, about whether sky blues in the community will have the demand to use the site if other sites potentially come along. Have you spoken to sky blues in the community?
Not directly. We've had correspondence.
Have they said anything to that effect?
No.
No.
It's less an observation on sky blues in the community, more the observation on Brandon and its programme of use and the impacts on its programme of use as and when other facilities come on board.
Fine. Mum, I have some little way to go. I'm just conscious that the witness has been in the box for a little while, and just as a matter of fairness...
I was about to ask you actually whether you come to a suitable point for a short break from Mr. Allen. We've been going for an hour and a half or so. If that's fine, that's okay then. We take quarter of an hour break, then we'll come back at 10 to 4 then. Thank you.
Just before we do, Madam, may
Sorry.
I just come back on that slightly peripheral point, but nevertheless it's important so that we're sure about the evidence before you. I've checked my notes about what Mr. Morris was cross-examined about. My note may be inaccurate. We've got the YouTube, but I don't recall any point being put by my friend concerning to Mr. Morris as to figures, other than the only question about figures was in respect of broadcasting viewers when he said he didn't accept the BRB figures were accurate. He was happy to give them out, or he couldn't give them out publicly. That was the only thing that I've seen. There are about 4 fairly brief areas of questioning, which within about 10 minutes, no more. It was at 12:28 yesterday morning that the cross-examination began. I don't see anything there. It's just in case inadvertently more is made of a point when it wasn't actually put. And given the clarity with which Mr. Morris spoke yesterday, it's important that we don't misrepresent inadvertently what he was said, so that particularly in closings. Perhaps we could all just check our own notes. Thank you.
Happy to look at that, Mum, in terms of what was said, but there are no figures, and that was what I was asking about.
Right, I take the point. I don't have my own notes on what Mr. Morris said and what questions were asked, so I can refer to that anyway.
And just to say, he had given evidence at page 8. I don't ask you to turn it up, just give you a note. Page 8 of his written statement about, when responding to Mr. Edie's proof about closures, etc., and the reasons therefore. So I can't take that any further, but I just draw it to your attention. Thank you.
Right, that's helpful, thank you. As we progressed on slightly more now, we're nearly 22, so we say we come back at 5 to. Is that acceptable? Thank you, Mum. Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much, everybody. It's now 5 to 4, so we will continue with our debate this afternoon. So over to you, Mr. Goatley, if you'd like to continue. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much. If we can stay with your 611, please, because there are a number of bullet points of various items that you have identified there. You have seen, if I can ask you to look at the next bullet point, which is actually the third bullet point under this paragraph, but the second on that page, the one beginning does.
Yes, good. Yes, good.
Okay. In respect of the demand, if the projects identified in the PPS are progressed, that's the PPS which is still to be made public.
Well,
Is that correct?
It's talking about both Coventry and rugby. Coventry's is now public, rugby, yeah.
Right. You're not aware of anything from any of the clubs because you actually haven't been in contact with any of the clubs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's effectively a rhetorical concern.
Well, I guess it comes from the comments in the Football Foundation about certainly the clubs in Coventry. There's clubs/schools they're talking to in Coventry, Woodlands, Cardinal Newman, Colden Court School, etc. So, yeah.
You've not identified any evidence or circumstances that where clubs have established themselves at a 3G pitch, then subject to any other features, someone hoiking the prices or some such thing, that such clubs would then move. Don't think you've identified that that's something which conventionally occurs. Is that correct?
I think that's very common in terms of moving to pitches closer to them. You know, clubs can be, yes, very itinerant and less loyal, you know, and I think the concern is here we don't have any real anchor club identified. We have hundreds that, of course, they've said they would use it.
No. In response to the question I raised, you haven't identified any circumstances where that's ever occurred. That's correct, isn't it?
Clubs moving from pitches.
Yeah, you haven't identified circumstances where the matter that you raise as an issue, that they will actually move.
It's a common occurrence that clubs move pitches. I could talk about my own experience as club manager and how my junior teams move from Partington to Lymm, if that's of interest to the inspector. But
well, the thing is, it's not something that you've documented or identified up to now. It is, I'm afraid, unparticularised, and if I don't mind me saying, vague as to these occurring or the circumstances in which they occur. Because what we have in these bullet points are, with respect, a degree of effectively speculative concerns. There are matters, some of them, which are raised in respect of the feasibility study as to what are the potential risk issues, understandably, in order to explain whether or not that is those who are promoting this pitch have actually got their head round what some of the risk issues are. But there's a difference between a risk issue and something which gives rise to a substantiated concern that something will come to pass, and there is nothing to indicate that there is a substantiated concern, is there?
it would be quite difficult to get a substantiated concern from a club to a pitch that's not yet developed, that aren't playing there, to substantiate that they'd then move from that pitch isn't there to another pitch that isn't there. So no, I haven't, sorry.
No. Not quite sure in respect of your sixth bullet point what the concern is there regarding the consultation only. St Finbarr's reference demand for match play. Because what you speculate or postulate is a relatively small reduction could impact the surplus generated. That's essentially, again, a rhetorically based reservation and speculation, isn't it?
Well, it's based on our knowledge and experience of 3G operations and suggesting that, St Finbarr's Football Club, 5 hours per day, will that be achieved? So I think it's based on our knowledge, experience as sports consultants.
Yeah, but that knowledge, experience as sports consultants hasn't extended as far as actually documenting where people actually move pitches, correct? Or pitches failing, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. What is the need, as opposed to the potential desirability, of having an anchor club? Why does it matter that you have an anchor club, other than the fact that that's where you can know that you'll be deriving a certain proportion of your income from? If you actually have a multiplicity of clubs, you actually have a de-risked exercise because you have more clubs, and in your world, less probability that your anchor club would disappear, correct?
No, I think you have an anchor club for the exact opposite. It gives the operator that guaranteed usage and income. It allows the club to develop and expand, as opposed to single clubs having an hour here, 2 hours there, 3 hours there. It really allows that football hub and that football development programme to take place through that anchor club in partnership with the FA and other partners. So, that's the preferred model. So it's about football development as opposed to, just our users here, there, from, the kind of dog and duck to wherever that come and go and fold. It's about football development and sustainability.
Well, what do you mean by... Because I'm going to take 2 points. First of all, preferred model. What is that model in preference to, and what's the basis for that, other than this is our preferred model and that's what we want to do?
Well, I think the preferred model, refers to the Football Foundation FA and what they would look for when funding a 3G pitch. They'd ideally look for that anchor club that could be that, conduit for all the kind of football development activity that I've talked about. So I guess that's where the notion of the model comes from, and in preference to, just lots of single club bookings, no real football development, just kind of, I guess, users coming and going, really. So yeah, it's about football development and sustainability, and it's certainly when you get into discussions with the FA Foundation, that key anchor club is a key part of the discussion and a key part of their funding.
Okay, that's their preferred model. Are they going to be funding this?
Brandon?
Yeah.
No.
No. Right, okay. Tell me about sustainability in context here. Is that financial sustainability?
Yes, I think so. And, kind of football, it follows kind of football development and football sustainability, yeah, I think.
Okay. I think we've already asked questions and have your answers in terms of that, because that's really the long-term viability, yes?
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay. The standalone nature of this proposal, is that a matter which is highlighted or identified by Sport England, Football Foundation, or the Birmingham County FA?
Yeah, it's highlighted by Rugby Borough Council. It's not exist to an existing club infrastructure with no anchor club. Which is a concern that kind of plays to its kind of standalone nature.
What is standalone for these purposes?
Well, it's just a 3G pitch with no other ancillary facilities, be it a sort of grass pitches, as we've discussed, on a school site, so it has that existing infrastructure, daytime usage, management, etc. So yeah, it's got no multi-sport use. It's a standalone football facility in that respect.
Right. Have they said that they don't wish to see that?
There would be a preference for them not developing standalone pitches. Hence, the Brandon scheme is not supported and not a priority.
No. Well, we've already dealt with the absence of objections, so I won't pursue that. We know that there are no, as we speak at the moment, there are no proposed 3G pitches on stream. That's correct.
Well, discussions are advancing, and they're highlighted under the evidence of the Football Foundation, under the evidence of.
That's the reason why I asked the question I did, not to say people chatting to each other. There are no 3D pitches that are known to be coming on stream. That is correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. It's a matter I've touched on before, but from a different angle, if I may. Your paragraph 7.7. How many people would be participating as speedway riders, individual speedway riders, on any given event?
Speedway riders on a what, sorry?
On any given event, whether at Brandon or at any of the other locations that we've referred to.
Yeah, I mean, that number would be limited. Stock car, it would be greater at, stock car events. There's, would normally be up to 100 cars.
Right, at Speedway?
20 or so times a year, so 3,000 or so competitors. Yes, Speedway, the numbers are far lower.
Do you have a number?
It depends on the number of events, and there'd be, and yeah, that would be dependent on the event program. But yes, I mean, I guess you're looking at.
If you were to take, say, one event, and there were two teams competing, how many participants would you have?
Sort of 12 participants, would you? I think, or
12 per team, or 12 altogether?
6 participants, I think.
Is it 7 in a team? I think, isn't it?
Yeah. 7, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be 14 per event. Yeah.
But again, they'd probably have 2 teams, they would hope, and then have all the youth developments that you heard referred to yesterday by Philip Morris.
That wasn't the question, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No,
all right, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, ma'am.
Have you carried out a participation balance as between the use of the 3G pitch and its use for Speedway? Well, let's just deal with Speedway for the time being, because that's the only sport which is recognised and supported by Sport England, isn't it?
No, I haven't.
I think we agreed something in the order of about 50,000 participation visits per year for the 3G pitch?
I think probably I'd accept sort of 40, I think. But yeah, 40 to 50, yeah.
Well, okay, rowing back on that, we looked at the numbers earlier. I'll ask Mr. Eady about that. How would that compare with those in respect of speedway participation?
In terms of participation, it wouldn't compare, but in terms of wider spectating, stock car participation and spectating, yeah, it would
Okay.
compare more favourably.
For stock car racing participation, is that something which is supported by Sport England? I can go and have a look at any guidance document or other document they produced.
It's not a recognised Sport England sport, but it doesn't mean it's not a sport and the activity is not relevant and valued.
Right. Is there any National Secretary of State policy seeking to support or advance stock car racing?
Not to my knowledge.
Would it be fair for the inspector in carrying out, this won't be the totality of her exercise, but one aspect of her exercise, to have regard to that imbalance numerically that we've just referred to?
I think one aspect, but certainly not a singular aspect, no.
Because I'm not going to be asking her to do a singular aspect. I'm going to be asking the inspector to be having a look at this in the round. But that would be fair for her to look at it in quantitative terms on that basis and in the way that I've just put to you.
On that single issue of participation, yes.
Yeah. And we are agreed that there is no policy document, whether in the MPPF, ANOG or otherwise, that deals with spectator sports, correct?
In terms of a methodology or approach, correct?
Or a policy seeking to specifically support spectator sports as opposed to participation?
No, I disagree with that. I think some of the wording of MPPF that I tried to point out earlier does talk about, those wider social values of sport, of which spectating is recognised and increasingly recognised, as I set out in my evidence in chief, measured now by Sport England in terms of the active lives, and seen for the value it has in terms of health, mental illness, loneliness, etc. So.
As far as, here we have to say that'll be a matter when it comes to interpretation and not giving a strained or inappropriate interpretation to national policy. Mr. Allen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goatley. Just one follow-up question from me, I think, Mr. Allen. The challenge I have, which Mr. Goatley has quite eloquently identified really, is the difference between speedway and stock car, which is predominantly a spectator sport, and a 3G pitch, which is potentially far greater number of participants. So the challenge I have is trying to weigh those two very different sports up to decide whether one has greater value than the other, or has similar benefits or similar value. Are you able to give me any other evidence to assist me in doing that assessment?
Evidence, ma'am, or comment?
Evidence first of all, and then any sort of personal comment or opinion. I mean,
the evidence is, I come back to that there is increasing evidence, I've referred to the active lives, about the value of spectating and therefore the contribution it makes to the wider benefits of sport and physical activity. Certainly Sport England as an organisation are moving, you know, away from, you know, participation being the driver. It's about those wider benefits of sport. And I think it is recognised that within that, spectating, it's now measured by Sport England under Active Lives. The evidence has a valuable role to play in terms of, you know, that wider impacts and benefits of sport in terms of loneliness and kind of mental health and social isolation, etc. So I think there is real value there. You know, I think what I would say to the inspector in closing, it's, you know, Brandon was and could be again a strategically important motorsport facility for Speedway and Stocks, and I do feel being replaced by simply a 3G, not supported, not in the right place, concerns about its sustainability. For me, that's the equation I would point the inspector towards, if that helps.
All right then, thank you very much, Mr. Allen. So, Mr. Richards, any points of re-examination, please, from you?
Thank you. Yes, just a few. Can we go back to the questions you were asked first thing this morning, or before lunch? And you were taken to paragraph 3.4 in your proof, where you express the opinion that the conclusions of your independent review remain sound. Do you remember that?
I do.
And then you were taken, but can we please just go back to paragraph 3.3 immediately before it, just to remind ourselves of the context of 3.4. You were, in that context, you say it was intended for the council's use, or for the council to use, and it was not an advisory document.
Yeah, yes, correct.
So far as you were then trying to assist the decision taker, because the council was seized at the planning application.
Yes.
Are you similarly trying to assist the decision taker in this context, even though you're now called as a witness for the council? Do you understand the difference?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you here to assist the inspector reaching a decision, or are you here for some other reason?
Here to assist the inspector.
Yeah, okay, good. Now, next, please, paragraph 99A, the test, the surplus to requirements test. In your judgment, does viability play any part in that, or is viability a separate material consideration?
Yes, in my judgment, viability is not part of the MPPF consideration.
Okay. The 99A consideration?
Correct.
Right. Can we then go to ANOG, or ANOG? And to page 10, please, which that's internal page 10, PDF page 12. And there, 2/3 of the way down that page, you'll see a main heading that says health reasons. Do you see that?
No, sorry,
And
I'm on the wrong page, Hugh. Can you, sorry. Yes, sorry, yeah, I'm with you, sorry, excuse me.
sport playing a fundamental role in contributing towards a healthy nation
Indeed.
is the start of that paragraph. Next paragraph, sport is a key part of wider physical activity, keeping people active and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So those are, and it was being suggested to you that that's all about participation.
Yes, it was being suggested.
Yeah. But if we look at the third paragraph
Yes.
of that section, which starts at the bottom of the page and goes over to the next page. What does it say about the relationship between sport and health and social and cultural well-being?
Well, it was the point I was trying to make under questioning, that it, you know, that it was wider than that, and it recognises the links between sport and health and places required for improving health, social and cultural well-being.
Yes. And then you were asked some questions about whether ANOG was strictly relevant for assessing spectator need or demand. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah. Can we go to core document 9.33, please, which is one of the Sport England consultation responses. I forget off the top of my head. 9.33. It's the 2018 consultation response. It's an email
Yep, I have that.
of the 27th of April 2018.
Yes.
Thank you for consulting Sport England. Sport England non-statutory role and policy.
Yes.
You see that? As the site is not currently a playing field and is not being used as a playing field for the last 5 years, I can advise that Sport England are not a statutory consultee on for this development. However, as the development would affect a motorsports facility, Sport England have provided additional comments following consideration of consultation comments made to the planning application.
Yes.
Sport England assesses this type of application in the light of the National Planning Policy Framework, good, and against its own planning objectives, which are protect, enhance, and provide.
Yes.
Do you see that?
I do.
Now, go now, please, to ANOG on page 4.
Yes. Sorry.
Well, I'm just about to find out. No, it's PDF page 6. What do we find in figure 1?
I'm not sure I'm with you here. Give me the heading, sorry.
Yes, it's on page 4, Sport England's planning aim and objectives.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I thought it was there. Okay.
And then figure 1 should be
Yes.
a thing with purple arrows and a
yes,
blue
protect,
circle.
provide, enhance. That's the framework. Yeah.
Exactly right. So when Sport England say in their consultation response that that's the approach that they use in assessing planning applications of this nature, where do we find Sport England explaining what their protect, enhance and provide approach is?
Oh, it's within the ANOG guide. It's by.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you also please take up core document 1.30, the Frampton's report?
Yes.
1.30. I've got so many tabs open, I can't. Yeah, I found it. Tab fatigue.
Oh, you see, hard copy wins through in the end.
It does.
It's the hare and the tortoise. Yeah.
Can you please go to paragraph 1.6 in the introduction?
Yes.
And just glance at paragraphs 1.6 to 1.8 inclusive.
Yes.
And then tell me, what document or guidance did Framptons have regard to in making their assessment of need?
The ANOG guidance.
Right. And in the same document, please go down to paragraph 4.7 on PDF page 17 and actual page 17.
Of the Framptons.
Of the Framptons document.
Yep.
And why do Framptons say that they have used the Sport England methodology?
Because there's no other known methodology.
Yeah. And do they acknowledge the limitation of the participants rather than spectators issue?
Yes.
Yeah. But do they then discount the ANOG guidance as being irrelevant as a result, or do they persist with the approach?
They persist with the approach.
Yeah. And then in their conclusions and recommendations at paragraph 5.1 and 5.5, does the ANOG approach form part of that, or have they discounted it by then?
No, they seem to follow it through to their conclusions and recommendations.
Okay. It's always quite interesting to test propositions with an absurd example. There's a Latin phrase for it, which we're no longer allowed to use. Imagine a planning application to demolish Wembley Stadium and replace it with a 3G pitch. And imagine the argument that says, well, there are only 22 people playing at a time, plus a referee and 2 linesmen. That makes 25. And therefore, in participation terms, a 3G pitch would be better than Wembley Stadium. When you're reaching a planning judgment, and you're interested in whether sports provision survives or not, in your judgment, do the spectators become irrelevant?
No, I've tried to emphasise the increasing value of spectating in that, a wider contribution to sport and physical activity.
Yeah. Can you please next look at the neighbourhood plan, which is core document 8.3. And go to PDF page 44. Where you will see policy LF1, community facilities. And you can see that this is a policy which seeks the retention, enhancement or improvement of valued community facilities.
Yeah, can you name the paragraph again, sorry, Hugh, please?
It's in red, policy LF1.
You said a paragraph number? Sorry?
Page number 44.
Oh, page number 44, sorry, okay. Thank you. Yep. Sorry.
So this is all about the retention and enhancement or improvement of valued community facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you look down to the second paragraph in red, you can see the list of the current community facilities: public house, village hall,
Yes.
another pub, club, hotel, and the stadium.
Yes.
Okay, and then go back up to the policy. Proposals that would diminish or remove a community facility will be required to demonstrate that the facility is no longer needed.
Yep.
Does that echo any of... No, I'm coming to a participation question.
This particular policy was never put in cross-examination. So
No.
urge caution.
I think this is referenced in the planning evidence. As
Yes,
opposed
you
to
were.
the
You were.
sports issues evidence, isn't it?
Mr. Allen was asked questions about policy supporting participation. I'm coming to the exact relevant point, so I do promise you.
Okay, well, you continue on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. The facilities such as this, pubs, hotels, stadium, for whose benefit are they protected? Is a pub protected for the benefit of the landlord or the people who drink there?
It's for the community.
Yeah. Is the stadium protected because of the people who ride there or the people who spectate there?
It's for the community.
Yeah. You were asked questions about why Coventry bees could not operate out of Leicester. Do you remember that?
I do.
Can you go, please, to core document 10.6?
Which is?
I will tell you when I get there.
Emma?
Which is the British Speedway Promoters Association.
Yeah,
Consultation.
I've lost the core document link. Sorry, that was why I was.
Right. Have you got a link back again?
No.
Can somebody assist who understands the technology?
Thanks, Ella. Let's do it quicker. Is it possible to continue here without?
Not without the core document. You seeing the core document? No.
Okay. Sorry, ma'am.
Things happen. I mean, I lost internet this morning, believe it or not, and had to regain it in the break.
Thanks, Al. Sorry, everybody. Could you...
Yes, core document, this is in the context, you remember you were being asked questions, why could Coventry Bees not operate out of Leicester?
Indeed.
This is the consultation of the British Speedway Promoters Association.
Number?
10.6.
Okay, yeah, sorry, there now.
Dear Mrs. Buchanan, please find below the response on behalf of the British Speedway Promoters Association.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Third paragraph down, we can confirm that the Coventry Bees will not be competing in the 2019 season at any level.
Yes.
And then does the next paragraph explain why?
Yes, there is. Yes, it does give an explanation.
Yeah. In your view, does that support the proposition that was put to you in cross-examination that there were insufficient fans to make it work?
it's not clear on the in terms of fans.
Okay. Next. Yes, you were asked some questions about how having... you were asked some questions about the most recent evidence of need for 3G pitches in Coventry, for which we have a playing pitch strategy, and then for rugby, which we have Mr. Eadie's 2.25 figure.
Yes.
And you told us that, once the authorities have got the quantitative figure,
Yep.
how do they decide where to meet the need?
Well, it will be through the kind of consultations I described between key partners, the Football Association, the FA, between local authority partners, and, you know, they'll look at sites and their criteria. And we've talked about, you know, clubs and that being important in terms of anchor clubs. They'll look at sustainable sites, so not standalone sites.
And when they finish doing that, how are the results promulgated? How do the local authorities tell the world at large
Well, there'll be
where they'd like the need to be met?
There'll be an action plan within the playing pitch strategies.
Right. And have we got to the action plan stage yet in either Coventry, or the publication of the action plan stage in either Coventry or rugby?
No, we haven't, no.
Right. You were asked about questions about hubs and standalone 3G pitches. If you don't have a 3G pitch at a hub, and you just have grass pitches, okay, and you have to train and play matches, what happens to the grass pitches over the course of a season?
Well, grass pitches have a finite level of usage depending on their quality. Good quality pitches can sustain 3 match equivalent sessions per week, and that would be the limit on a grass pitch.
Okay. And then if you then add a 3G pitch into the hub, what is then the effect on the grass pitches?
Well, this significant increased usage potential of a 3G pitch, you know, that would allow, you know, training. You would move all of the training, so any training that might have been on the grass pitches would move on to the 3G. There would still be some match play on those grass pitches, but you'd kind of protect them, because again you'd have some match play if it was a full-size 3G on the 3G, both 5-a-side, 7-a-side in full-side, 11-a-side if it was FA registered. So it would just allow, you know, that greater flexibility across the whole site.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Richards. We're just on 20 to 5 now. Mr. Humphreys, we are quickly running out of time for today's session, unfortunately. So I don't think we're able to proceed with Mr. Ford this afternoon, which is a shame. And I'm very sorry to say that, Mr. Ford. It is very helpful for you to appear today. I do apologise that we're not able to hear from you today. Are you able to update when Mr. Ford may be available?
Yes, Mr. Ford, as I think the Inspectorate will inform, has flown in specially for this. But anyway, next, it's unfortunate the timetable. Next Wednesday, Madam, it's the next time that Mr. Ford could come. Obviously, at this stage, it's difficult to know exactly where we'll be with the programme then.
Yes, exactly. I mean, what I would prefer to do would be to have Mr. Ford first thing in the morning, if that's possible, depending on where we're up to with other parties.
Yeah, Madam, if perchance we happen to be in the middle of cross-examination, at least because in any event we've had the overnight, on that basis it might be, allowing for the fact it's not ideal, at least then it's a discrete point finished, and then one's broken anyway in the cross-examination. That's the only a point that came back from Pins the other day. I just thought.
Yes, that's right. I mean, I think we'll just see where we are
exactly
next week, where we're up to, and then
yeah.
we'll find an appropriate time
I don't want to
within that day.
disadvantage anyone, but
Yeah,
I think
that's fine. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, for your participation today. We will draw today's session to a close. Tomorrow we will back, and we are going to continue in the morning again at 9:30, starting with the Rule 6 party and Mr. Hunter, I believe, first thing in the morning. That's right. So thank you very much, everybody. We are adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow.